because we have very great partners in this journey. Ever since the conference started, the Ministry of Education, now the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, has been a great partner. Apart from that, African Union, the International Network for Higher Education in Africa, University of KwaZulu-Natal, Program for Research on Private Higher Education, and Ethiopian Airlines has been a great support. Having such kind of platform is never easy. And amidst this kind of pandemic, running a virtual platform is even more challenging. But despite all this, we're very much glad that you have all made it and joined us this morning. And to guide us through the day, I'm going to invite our moderator for the day, who is none other than Professor Damtao Tafarra. Professor Damtao Tafarra is a professor of higher education and founding director of the International Network for Higher Education in Africa at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. He is the convener of and founder of the Higher Education Forum for Africa, Asia, and Latin America, and is the founding editor-in-chief of the South African Department of Higher Education Training Accredited Journal, the International Journal of Higher Education in Africa. He is also co-coordinator the Higher Education Cluster of African Union Continental Education Strategy for Africa with the Association of African Universities. He is a visiting fellow of Center for International Higher Education in Boston College, United States of America. Without further ado, I'm going to invite Professor Damtao Tafarra to the make-believe podium to take on the stage and lead the session. Professor Damtao, the floor is yours. Professor Damtao, you are still on mute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Magdala, for the introduction. Let me just say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. This is what happens when you actually organize such events. So I am assuming that everything is in order, that our officials are with us. What is actually very interesting to me is we actually started 2 minutes before the hour. So I'm just trying to take it easy for the few minutes, rambling here and there. So I will be somehow I don't know, that's how it's described, your facilitator for the morning. And Dr. Teshoma will be responsible in the afternoon. So I will be taking you all the way through lunch or dinner, depending where you are, or breakfast. So with that, I will probably now start. It's now 9:03 according to my time here. So I'm assuming our excellencies are here. So His Excellency Professor Afwerki Kasu, State Minister, Ministry of Science and Higher Education, Her Excellency Professor Sarah Anyang Agbor, the Commissioner, Human Resources, Science and Technology, African Union Commission, Professor Etienne Ehile, the Secretary General of the Association of African Universities, and Mr. Solomon Dabebe, Managing Director, Ethiopian Aviation Airlines, Ethiopian Airlines, Ethiopia, and of course, the Associate Professor Wenda Santamra, the founder, president of St. Mary's University and the convener of the conference, distinguished conference participants, moderators, chairs, presenters, participants from Africa, Asia, I already saw a couple there, and beyond. Good morning, afternoon, evening to all, wherever you may be, and welcome to the 18th edition of the International Conference on Private Higher Education in Africa under the theme Invigorating African Higher Education Institutions, a Response to COVID-19 pandemic organized by St. Mary's University. For a number of you who are external to Ethiopia, St. Mary's University is one of the premier and oldest private universities in Ethiopia. So the 18th International Conference is unlike any other before it, because like other such events in the world this year, it's taking place virtually and also focused on the very culprit solely responsible for it. The catastrophic impact of COVID-19 has hugely disrupted the social, political, economic, and cultural fortunes of the human race, probably unlike any other time in a recent human memory. Higher education has not been spared either. In fact, the pandemic has forced institutions to close their doors indefinitely, with huge consequences on teaching, learning, research, innovation, and so forth of institutions, and more so, development trajectories of nations. In this conference, we will examine and analyze, and in the process also learn, the manifestations and implications of COVID-19 on higher education in Africa in an effort to reinvigorate the sector to fight the scourge of this plague of the century in particular, and in so doing advance the development of nations as a whole. In a piece entitled Defying the Notion of Ivory Tower in the Aftermath of COVID-19, published by the University World News some months back, myself and Professor Wenderson, our convener here, observed, universities throughout the world, and those in Africa in particular, have been criticized for being ivory towers, aloof, unaccountable, and disengaged from the interests of their communities. African universities especially have been incessantly, unfairly, and harshly attacked for not lifting the continent out of its cycle of poverty and economic deprivation, as if they were the only entities and players in the complex wave of the development universe. We went to argue that this allegation has been on the table for decades without any vigorous rebuttal from institutions. In fact, this narrative has been instrumental in shaping the discourse of the contribution of African universities to the development of the continent, supporting the notion that such contribution is insignificant. In this article, we rejected this notion of detowerization of African universities as the current pandemic is decisively exhibiting their role as frontline institutions in combating the killer disease. It's my sincere hope that the presentations, the papers, and the discussions today will provide further evidence to that effect. And I look very much forward to the anticipated dialogue. With that brief background, I warmly welcome our convener of the conference and founder of the St. Mary's University, Associate Professor Wenderson Tamrat, to deliver his opening remarks. With that, I will ask our facilitator from that end to actually share the screen of the speaker. If you may, I presume it's Dr. Msgana. In the meantime, Ms. Ghana, are you with me? Okay, I'll start reading his bio until Dr. Msgana will do so. So Associate Professor Wenderson Tamrat is president of St. Mary's University, Ethiopia. He coordinates the subcluster for private higher education in Africa under the higher education cluster of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa of the African Union Commission. He has 3 master's degrees and also holds a graduate certificate in quality assurance in higher education from the University of Melbourne, Australia. He's taught at Kotabe Metropolitan University, Addis Ababa University, and St. Mary's University in Ethiopia for more than 2 decades. He served as a board member of the Ethiopian Higher Education Relevance and Quality Assurance Agency for 2 consecutive terms, and is now Vice President of the Association of Private Higher Education Institutions in Ethiopia. Wenderson is also a member of the International Advisory Board of the International Journal of African Higher Education and has published and presented papers on Ethiopian higher education at both national and international venues. He has authored 2 books on private higher education and quality assurance. Professor Wenderson, the floor is yours. Thank you. Wenderson is ready? Ms. Ghana, I will send you a WhatsApp message. Please check your phone.
He is there.
Okay, Wenderson, the floor is yours. Ms. Ghana, I will send you a text message. Please check your SMS.
Okay.
Wenderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Damto. Your Excellency, Professor Afor Kasu, Staff Minister of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. Your Excellency, Dr. Mulu Nagga, Staff Minister of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. Your Excellency, Professor Sarah Gore, Commissioner for Human Resources, Science and Technology at the African Union Commission. Your Excellency, Professor Idine, Secretary General of the Association of African Universities. Ladies and gentlemen, it's both an honor and a privilege to welcome you all to this 18th edition of the International Conference on Private Higher Education in Africa. Our decision to hold this conference virtually at a time when the whole world is facing its worst adversary in ages is not only a testimony to the indomitable spirits of St. Mary's University, but also an indication of the dedication of our partners who have chosen to stay on course and support our efforts. Our partnership with the Association of African Universities since 2010 has always been marked as a time when our conference grew to a continental and later international platform for discussing the private higher education phenomenon at regional and global level. It's a pleasure to be able to celebrate the 10th anniversary of that special relationship and to have among us the then Secretary General who decided to work with St. Mary's to promote the success of the private higher education sector in the continent. Please allow me to recognize the former Chief Architect and Secretary General of the AAU, Professor Jagadi, from whom you will be hearing very soon. His successor, Professor Atine Ihile, AAU Secretary General, and Research and Academic Director, Professor Jonathan Ba, have equally been instrumental in maintaining the relationship and supporting the role played by St. Mary's at continental level. Over the last 5 years, our partnership with the African Union Commission, UNESCO, Ethiopian Airlines, and the International Network for Higher Education in Africa, led by its founding director, Professor Damto Tafarra, has helped us to boost the breadth and status of the conference. At this juncture, I especially wish to recognize the support received from these organizations, and particularly from Her Excellency Professor Sarah Gore and Professor Damto Tafarra for gracing our previous conferences and offering their unconditional support. I also wish to gratefully acknowledge the continued support from the earlier Ministry of Education and now Ministry of Science and Higher Education. The fact that we have the presence of Excellencies Professor Afor Kasu and Dr. Mulu Nagga with us in this conference is a clear indication of the Ministry's commitment towards the promotion of private higher education across the continent and beyond. Last but not least, I wish to express our gratitude to the selfless assistance of Ethiopia's former Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Dr. Tashoma Nzanga, and the irreplaceable contributions he has made towards our success. It gives me tremendous pleasure to record that all of these champions are with us today, devoting their precious time to contribute once more to the success of the conference in one way or another. I'm sure you'll be hearing from all of them in due course. This year, the Program for Research on Private Higher Education, PROFE, based in the US, has joined us as an additional partner. PROFE was created in 2000 by distinguished Professor Daniel Levy, the leading authority in the field, and is based at the University of Albany, State University of New York. PROFE coordinates its activities through regional representations and is working as a leading information powerhouse for global private higher education. Professor Daniel Levy will be speaking in the afternoon. We hope this new and exciting relationship will further allow us to be visible at global level and share the continuance, experience, and knowledge worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have 7 papers and 2 keynote addresses that dwell on the major themes of the conference. Presenters have been drawn from all over the world, and more than 250 people from different regions of the globe have registered to attend the conference online. As you might be aware, of the pandemic on Africa's nearly 2,000 higher education institutions have been substantial. Around 10 million students are experiencing disruption in their studies due to the closure of institutions. Among the many challenges faced is the shift to online teaching, which is now promoted as an alternative form of educational delivery, but has its own challenges due to many factors that hinder its success. I hope Professor Jagade will have a lot to say in this regard. We can anticipate that as the crisis persists, it can seriously impact the commitment of governments toward higher education in the face of competing demands from other priority sectors, serving vulnerable segments of society. Furthermore, global support to higher education in general and research collaborations and partnership schemes in particular may be massively scaled back or significantly weakened. Private providers across the continent, which are excessively dependent on tuition and fees, have already been hard hit, with many facing downsizing or even closure. African higher education institutions are thus expected to do more in the months ahead, while concurrently battling across many fronts. In this regard, the role of leadership in the fight against the pandemic is critical. I hope Dr. Tashoma's keynote address will offer some direction as to how we can make the best out of this threat. The approach to overcome COVID-19 will also be discussed in the afternoon session by leading panelists such as Professor Danto Tafarra from INHIA, Professor Daniel Levy from PROFE, Professor Jonathan Amba from AAU, and Dr. Salomon Binor from Moshe. It's my ardent belief that the ideas generated will have meaningful contribution towards combating the serious challenges we are facing today and our preparation towards a post-COVID-19 era. Finally, I wish you all a productive day and humbly request His Excellency Professor Afwerki, State Minister of the Ethiopian Ministry of Science and Higher Education, to make an opening speech to conference participants. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Professor Sarah Agbor, Commissioner, Human Resources, Science and Technology of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency, Professor Itene Ehile, Secretary General of the Association of African Universities, Mr. Wanderson Tamrat, Founder and President of St. Mary's University and the convener of our today's conference, Professor Damto Tafarra, Chair of Chairs of the Advisory Council of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of Ethiopia, distinguished guests, participants from Africa and beyond, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all again from Addis Ababa. Today is the third day of the 13th month in Ethiopia, which we call Agume, and we are only 2 days away from our new year, the Ethiopian New Year for 2013. Happy New Year to all Ethiopians and participants of this conference. It's my greatest pleasure to be with you online at this international conference on private higher education in Africa, organized by St. Mary's University and its partners for the 18th time. I also would like to join the previous speakers in appreciating all participants near and far outside our continent who have spared their time to take part in the conference. This 18th edition makes it so exceptional that the entire conference participants are virtually connected due to COVID-19, which has created not only health crisis, but also education and economic havoc across the world. The resultant effect of the pandemic is deeply felt in our continent, where a decade-long fast economic growth is curtailed and countries have deployed their meager financial resources to mitigate the spread of the virus and subsidize the livelihoods of vulnerable communities. More than ever, the education sector is hit hard, and its magnitude is difficult to assess because no one knows when things will get back to normal. It is in this testing environment that the organizers of this conference have chosen a fitting theme: invigorating African higher education institutions' response to COVID-19 pandemic. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we Africans have occasional disease outbreaks here and there, and we have developed the resilience to withstand them in the worst of times. The highly socialized communal culture has been an asset that the needy have relied on during times of economic hardships. Yet, it is this value that the pandemic is bent on eroding by way of keeping people apart from one another in a bid to mitigate its spread. This very action has resulted in the closure of educational institutions in the entire world. The impact of the closures is deeply felt here in Africa, since the resources constraints have prevented governments to take appropriate measures of interventions as desired. To date, a full semester is lost due to COVID-19, and the future looks uncertain considering the increase in the number of people infected with the virus in our continent. We are not yet sure when to open in-person classes. Africa is indeed challenged by its efforts to change the behavior of its citizens towards increasing physical distancing and reducing social interactions. These requirements, although necessary to control the spread of the virus, unwittingly dismantle the silent features of African societies whose social and economic development depend on physical contacts. Truly, using information technology gadgets for education and business transactions is at its nascent stage in our continent. It is still by and large a privilege enjoyed by urbanities in Africa, not discouraging the initiatives here and there to reach out to the rural population. Dear participants, in my country, Ethiopia, as in the rest of Africa, education is one of the key sectors of the social asset, which has been seriously affected by the pandemic. The closure of all educational institutions since March 2020 has brought about immense disruptions to the academic lives of 30 million students and parents who care for them. While all colleges and universities are affected by the pandemic, the magnitude of the problem is much more pronounced on private higher education institutions, since they are tuition dependent for their day-to-day operations. To minimize the challenge they are facing, my government has made some tax-related interventions, though not necessarily adequate. Institutions that run postgraduate programs have also been allowed to continue delivering courses online, considering that all graduate program students are capable of attending the programs using the internet. In a country where the population is exceeding 110 million, being the second largest in the continent, and having rural population of not less than 80%, one can easily understand the challenge Ethiopia, my country, is facing. Today, in Ethiopia, we have 51 public universities and more than 250 private higher education institutions, 4 of them fully fledged universities. Currently in these institutions, we have hundreds of thousands of students enrolled in undergraduate and graduate programs. This growth has been catalyzed by the fast economic growth that the country has enjoyed for more than a decade. The growth in the private sector is unprecedented. We had no private learning institutions 25 years ago, and only 2 public universities were in existence by then. One can imagine the pace at which we are able to reach where we are today. Considering the increasing number of higher learning institutions in the country, the government established a separate ministry named Ministry of Science and Higher Education 2 years back to cater to the growing needs of the sector. The frequency of contacts with private higher learning institutions has significantly increased as a result. Dear participants, this online conference, which we are having for the 18th time, is to highlight the response that higher education institutions are making to COVID-19 pandemic. Unless institutions of higher education are actively engaged in mitigating the effects of the virus, the loss of human lives, and the accompanying social and economic crisis would be unimaginable. Starting from increasing the awareness of communities in their surroundings, higher education institutions have been involved in serving as isolation sites, which are usually referred as quarantine sites, and testing sites for COVID-19 suspects, and as treatment sites for those who were tested positive and got ill from the virus. They also were involved in contact tracing, in producing sanitizers, in producing personal protective equipment, which are called PPE, and other innovative technologies of importance for COVID-19 response. Most importantly, the timely research undertakings of multidisciplinary COVID-19 research priority areas, the dissemination of results via online intellectual discourses, which we call webinars, and publications, and or via media engagements would make a big difference in informing policymakers towards expediting the control of the pandemic and the turn of the teaching learning process and businesses to normalcy. This all were pronounced by ministers of science, technology, innovation, and higher education of many African countries during a continental webinar on the same topic organized by the African Union Commission, the Department of Human Resources, Science and Technology in August 2020, where we shared country-specific experiences on how countries are being challenged by the virus and trying to adjust themselves to the new environment due to the challenge. Taking this opportunity, I would like to call upon our African higher education institutions and also research institutions to strengthen their collaboration on COVID-19 and other research, and to disseminate their findings and recommendations by organizing continental platforms using virtual communication technologies like the one we are using today. This, I believe, would create and strengthen the science and policy interface, which is usually labeled as weak in Africa. In this context, conferences like this will have far-reaching implications. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I would like to thank St. Mary's University in spearheading and organizing the series of conferences on private higher education in Africa without interruptions for the last 18 years. I would also like to thank the partners, the African Union Commission, the Association of African Universities, the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Program for Research on Private Higher Education at New York University, and the Ethiopian Airlines for their immense contributions. I also have the highest appreciation for all paper presenters and participants, and also moderators, organizers, for devoting your time to share your ideas with fellow scholars in Africa and beyond. At this juncture, on behalf of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, I pledge to continue supporting the sector in every way possible as we go forward, facing the challenge and also adjusting to what people call the new normal. Wishing you all to have productive discussions. I now declare the online conferences open. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Professor Afwerk. Greatly appreciated for the relevant and timely opening speech. We take the challenge. We will make sure that you call that we need to strengthen collaboration. I'm actually, maybe it's premature, but we are already working on along those lines. Probably in a year, we will have a major event happening around this issue. With that, I would like now to call upon Her Excellency Professor Sarah Anyang Agbo from Cameroon, who I would like, is Prof around?
Yes, Professor Ehile is here and ready to go. Thank you.
No, it was actually Professor Agbor, not Professor Sarah, Professor Ehile. Is Professor Agbor around? If she's not, we'll go with Professor Ehile.
No, Professor Agbor is around and he can make her presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Prof. Agbor, I would like to introduce you if you're around. Prof. Sarah Anyang Agbor is from Cameroon. She was elected in 2017 as a new Commissioner for Human Resources, Science and Technology of the African Union Commission. Her Excellency has over 20 years of experience in the field of academia, and she's a Professor of African Commonwealth Literature, Department of English. Previously, she was a Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Research, Cooperation and Relations with the Business World in the University of Bamenda, Northwest region of Cameroon. Commissioner Agbor has written a number of academic books and publications to contribute to scholarship. Presently, she provides guidance and vision to HRST. The floor is yours, Madam Excellency.
Thank you very much, Professor Damfara, my brother. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Your Excellency, Professor Afewo Kasu, the State Minister, Ministry of Science and Higher Education, Professor Etienne E. Elule, the Secretary General of the Association of African Universities, Mr. Solomon Debebe, Managing Director, Ethiopian Aviation Academy, our dear convener, Professor Wund Wilson Tamrat, and our collaborator in the CESAR cluster of for private higher education, distinguished and esteemed participants of this 18th International Conference on Private Higher Education in Africa on the timely theme of invigorating African higher education institution response to COVID-19 pandemic. On behalf of the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Dr. Musa Faki Mahamat, I would like to extend fraternal greetings to all our distinguished excellencies and esteemed participants in this conference. Sincere gratitude to St. Mary and the education stakeholders, and of course to AAU, who are also part and parcel of this conference, for your immense contribution. And talking about the topic, it is very, very important. The African Union Commission has implemented continental strategies such as the Innovating Education in Africa, such as the Pan-African Virtual and E-University, such as the Pan-African University Institutes, where we have 5 of them, 1 in every region of Africa, to show to us the importance of higher education in consolidating the vision of Agenda 2063, that vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own competent and skilled citizens. If we do not harness our efforts in making sure that our higher education speaks about the future that we want, then definitely the demographic dividend, which is an asset, being the youth of Africa, will not be able to be competent and skilled to move in the global arena and to provide the right workforce. Excellency, distinguished guests, talking about the COVID-19 pandemic, it has exposed the unpreparedness of many higher education institutions in Africa to mitigate online learning, or what we call remote learning. When the virus first hit the continent, many African governments were scrambling to figure out how best to handle the myriad of challenges it will pose on the socio-economic growth of their countries. The esteemed minister have said that in August, we shared best practices on how we are trying to mitigate COVID in the light of higher education and the education of our children. Many African governments have had to temporarily close educational institutions in an attempt to contain the spread of COVID-19 in their respective countries. Egypt was the first African country to report a COVID case. Since then, Africa has recorded many more cases. At least more than 1,196,710 cases, with 28,014 deaths and 922,833 recoveries. This is the African CDC report as at 25th August 2020. Now, according to the World Economic Forum, the closures of schools and universities is said to have impacted over 70% of the world's population. Nevertheless, recent developments indicate a recognition that education has experienced a significant shift. The leadership and management and managers of African higher education institutions across Africa have become fully aware that empowering students to prepare for a future whose pandemics, such as COVID-19 and other disruptions, might become a part of our daily lives also means embracing change in learning and teaching. The Specialized Technical Committee on Education, Science and Technology, we met April 30th and we discussed some of these big problems. And again in August, we met and we've said at the end of the day, for there to be a continuity of education in Africa, we need to bridge the digital divide as well as invest in green energy. Without this, we cannot move forward as we think. we can say that this is an excellent time for higher education institutions in Africa to rethink what the future of education will look like and take practical steps towards adopting a blended learning approach in education to improve access and equity. Several universities across Africa, including the ones in countries such as Egypt, Ghana, South Africa, and Rwanda, among others, have moved some of their programs to online platforms and partner with some organizations to zero-rate these platforms. In some instances, these universities have made data packages and laptops available to some students to improve access. Moreover, currently, with an estimated 1,650 higher education institutions in Africa, and access for the relevant age group currently at 5%, Africa is said to have the lowest regional average in the world, about 1/5 of the global average of 25%. However, despite the efforts to ensure smooth teaching and learning via migration to online platforms, students continue to face several challenges. And one of the most important questions is that the lecturers and the teachers who are teaching these courses, are they prepared for remote learning? Are they prepared for online learning? How do we harness everything to make sure that quality education is not jeopardized or negotiated with while we are doing online teaching, etc.? Despite these challenges with access, we have seen some innovation concerning in circumventing the bandwidth challenges. These include pre-recorded lectures on these zero-rated e-learning platforms, among others. According to UNESCO, 89% of students in sub-Saharan Africa do not have access to household computers, and 82% lack internet access. This means that these online classes cannot cater for all students. Talking about invigorating or revitalizing African higher education in Africa, it is clear that technological innovations such as content management systems, that is CMS, learning management systems, LMS, and internet use has become a part of the DNA of higher education in Africa. These innovations, like COVID-19, have come to disrupt teaching and learning pedagogies. There are 3 ways in which higher education can revitalize education in Africa. One is the digital transformation of the education sector. COVID-19 has shown that the most powerful and positive impact on education is the digital transformation of educational sector. The responsiveness of many institutions and governments, especially to quickly move modules online and to dedicate mass media channels, is admirable. Digital information or digital transformation of education sector improves access and equity. Course and program development by university faculties are also in need of an overhaul. Lecturers and faculty are leveraging on content available online from other institutions to complement their own like never before. Students who previously could not afford the cost associated with in-person sessions will now have access to full modules for programs online and at a reduced cost, in some cases with a few face-to-face sessions over the program duration. Customized learning. Another great opportunity that comes with the digital transformation is the opportunity for customized learning. The Pan-African Virtual and e-University, the operational arm of the African Union supports, universities, supports the movement towards digitalization of higher education in Africa. This is a tool set up by the African Union to support the digital education on the continent. Students will benefit from customization by developing their curriculum to suit their career aspirations through data-driven suggestions from the learning management systems. Currently, some massive open line courses can suggest what classes students should take depending on previously taken courses and performance. Students with intellectual disabilities can also benefit from such opportunity. Thirdly, the high quality educators. Educators all over the continent have been compelled by recent circumstances to use digital tools efficiently to deliver their courses. And that is why we need to upgrade teaching upline. This allows educators to join online professional learning communities to pursue in-service career training, to stay in touch with the trends, share tips and best practices, as well as move service career training to stay in touch with the trends. Instructors can invite colleagues, educators from another university to deliver a guest lecture to their students. What we are doing today is very, very important. And that we have to think about the private higher education that is actually helping the agenda of training our children. Excellencies, distinguished guests, when we look at the theme of this conference, we see a need for it. And that is why I sincerely associate with the vision of St. Mary in holding these conferences. And I believe there should be a multiplication of such conferences or webinars all over the continent. A closer look at the university level education in most of the African countries reveals that it has a history of less than a century. Africa's gross enrollment ratio, that is the GER, for tertiary education remains very low. According to UNESCO statistics, the current tertiary enrollment rate across sub-Saharan Africa stands at just over 9%, well below the global average of 38%. Africa's average GER for tertiary education marks differences in GER among individual countries. For instance, in 2017, Mauritius with a GER of 41% ranked highest, and Niger with a GER of 4% ranked lowest among the countries in Africa. Private higher learning institutions have been playing an extremely important role in increasing access and creating opportunities in Africa since the 1990s. Private higher learning institutions in Africa have been accounting for about 1/3 of the enrollment. Now, why private higher education? Why do we need to invest in private higher education? Increasing demand for higher education, 1. 2, inability of some public higher learning institutions to satisfy the demand for higher education. 3, the decline in government funding and thus limited programs of study that do not address the demands expressed by the labor market. This is very, very important. If we speak of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own competent and skilled citizens, then we must make sure that our youth have the right kind of career guidance and counseling and education in such a way that they can fit into the job market. Without this, then we cannot. And this is why we welcome the point and the focus of private higher education in Africa. Fourthly, commodification of higher education and increasing competition for the higher education market clientele. The need to provide higher education in the hard-to-reach areas and limited capacity of the public sector to open up campuses. Internationalization of higher education. What is the strength of private institutions? 1, flexibility of finance, ability to raise funds. Secondly, fast decision-making ability, less bureaucracies. Thirdly, propensity to adopt technologies, readiness to invest in new and emerging technologies. Fourthly, diversity of learning programs that are in line with the labor market demand. Fifthly, sensitivity to quality assurance, cutthroat competition to maintain increasing market share. I know many people in Addis Ababa are attending the St. Mary because of the specialized kind of courses that they have. Seventh, strong ability to attract and maintain highly qualified and experienced staff. 8, readiness and ability to establish and run foreign branch campuses. Private higher education institutions have greater flexibility to adjust their core business like teaching, learning, research, and management to make it fit for purpose and meet the requisite standards, particularly because the number of students in the classroom is not as large as we have in many state universities. So there is that one-to-one direct contact between the lecturer and the student. Then the education systems and programs at all levels of the education ladder are severely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. But how do we move forward? How do we change the narrative? How do we move to make sure that we do not lose sight of the vision for education? Because I believe on a personal note that for us to be able to achieve the vision of Agenda 2063, we must consolidate on education. We are looking for vaccine producers. Who are those? They are research scientists. They are people who have gone to school and learned that. It is in higher education. Who are those to manufacture PPEs? Who are those to manufacture or to translate research into the industry, to the industry, and bring final products to the populace? It is their higher education. The impact of the pandemic on the education system has taken the form of disruption of education calendar and ongoing programs in many countries. So as I'm ending, I need to emphasize that the self-paced, distant, off-site, technology-reliant, etc. nature of deliveries makes quality assurance extremely sensitive. Private institutions are relatively better placed than the public ones in terms of ensuring continuity of learning as a result of investments they made on modern technologies. So in conclusion, I have these few recommendations. There is a need to rethink education in the post-COVID period and take the necessary measures to diversity mode of delivery. Secondly, African nations need to invest in ICT infrastructures and new technologies that could facilitate teaching learning under all situations. Thirdly, leaders of private institutions will have to be ready to ensure continuity of learning under new and emerging situations, particularly regarding the safety of the students in school. Fourthly, quality assurance is more critical for open and distance e-learning. Programs to ensure that programs meet the requisite standards and produce quality graduates required by the labor market. It is advisable that both staff and students be psychologically and technically prepared to deal with crises such as COVID-19. Once more, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to share these ideas and the African Union position. Thank you, Professor Damto Tafara, for your beautiful moderation. Your Excellency, my brother, thank you for coming on board to join us. Professor Igilie, the SG of African University, thank you very much. And all the esteemed participants of this meeting, we want to say, Amma Seginalu. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that passionate and energetic opening speech, and also, of course, your recommendations. Because I would like all of us to turn our videos on for a picture. Please, all of you, as much as you can, so that this is a moment for us to take a picture. So I'll spend another 30 seconds on that. Dr. Mscano, I'm asking everyone to turn their videos on. I hope Prof. Igilie will be around. I don't see him yet. Yes, Prof. Igilie is there. I see him. I see all the distinguished faces. Professor Jegede, I could only see your head. You can take your cover from your nose so we can see you, Prof. Jegede. Prof. Jegede, if you can hear me, we don't need your covered face. All right. Mscano, give me a signal if the picture is taken. It's good. I can't hear you, Mscano. Okay. Mscano,
1 minute.
I don't have
Just
1
a
minute.
second.
I'll give
A
you
second, not a minute.
Okay.
All right. Yes. Magdala, I think you're taking pictures too, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So,
okay. Just a minute.
Thank you very
Prof. Jegede, you are covering yourself. We can't see your face.
yeah.
Yes, now we can see you. Now take another picture, please. He's
right.
our speaker, so I want him to be in the picture.
Okay. Magdala?
Okay. Thank you so much all for that. Now back to the program. Now it's my distinguished pleasure to introduce His Excellency Professor Ihile, our Secretary General of the Association of African Universities. What I'm going to do, I am not going to introduce some of these people who are already well known. So I'm going to leave it there for you to read while Professor Ihile does the presentation. Prof. Ihile, I am doing this because you are all so well known. You don't need any introduction, and also in the interest of time. Prof. Ihile, the floor is yours.
Thank you, my dear friend, Damchu. How are you?
Good,
Okay.
Thank you. Good to see you, Prof.
Okay. His Excellency Professor Afewerki Kassu, State Minister, Ministry of Science and Higher Education, Ethiopia. Her Excellency Professor Sarah Anyang Agbo, Commissioner, Human Resources, Science and Technology, African Union Commission, Ethiopia. Mr. Solomon Dibidi, Managing Director, Ethiopian Aviation Academy, Ethiopian Airlines. Professor Wonsen Tamrat, Founder and President of St. Mary's University, Ethiopia. Researchers, eminent academics and professionals here present. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning. I am pleased to technology, eh? One minute. What is it?
Participants, your patience, please, as Professor Ihile is trying to fix. I think he seems to have some issues with the presentation, right, Prof. Ihile?
Yes.
Are you good?
I got just a technical challenge, but we are moving.
Is it possible to call the next speaker in the interest of time?
Yeah.
Is that okay with you? Okay, so in this case, I would like to call upon, are you ready? Okay.
Okay, I am ready now. I am now ready.
All right. Carry on.
Okay.
Carry on.
I am pleased to participate in the 8th edition of the International Conference on Private Higher Education in Africa on the theme Invigorating African Higher Education Institutions' Response to COVID-19 Pandemic. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the uniqueness of higher education, whether private or public, lies in the fact that it is responsible for the scholarship needed to generate new knowledge, whether in social or physical sciences, or in the abstract of real world, or in any other discipline. There is the urgent need for revitalizing higher education on the continent as it is german towards the achievement of the African Union Agenda 2063 and the Global United Nations Agenda 2030. This virtual international conference has been held because of the ravages of the coronavirus pandemic and the need to keep the doors of university campuses open. In this respect, the choice of the theme for this conference is both german and urgent. As the world battles the coronavirus pandemic, which has created major disruption to every aspect of our society, including higher education, the Association of African Universities has taken a number of steps towards helping our members and the general African higher education to manage the impact posed to higher education by the COVID-19 pandemic. The AAU empathizes with all African higher education regulatory bodies, academic institutions, and other partners affected directly or indirectly by the 2019 coronavirus disease. The AAU recognizes that the African higher education institutions have been challenged by this crisis to revise and devise creative and innovative ways to continue the academic calendar in the face of restrictions to physical interaction and travel and the disruptive lockdowns. The AAU has indeed taken concrete steps to help our member institutions adjust and adapt to the challenges posed by the pandemic so that their core functions are not adversely affected. One of the initial activities of AAU as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic was to administer an online needs assessment survey to African higher education institutions with a view to finding out their preparedness or otherwise to face the disruptions associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. Some of the top challenges that they have reported as captured in the online survey administered by AAU on COVID-19 include: 1, no preparedness for online courses; 2, the digital divide that is affecting students living in connected areas; 3, broadband infrastructure challenges; 4, lack of e-learning platform; and 5, handling large numbers of students online. One of the numerous activities of AAU as a result of COVID-19 pandemic was for AAU to enter into partnership with eLearn Africa and Wiley companies to quickly support African universities to migrate their teaching and learning activities online. This partnership among the AAU, eLearn Africa, and Wiley aims to respond to the challenges that AAU member universities have reported in coping with COVID-19 disruptions. Having thus identified eLearn Africa and Wiley Education Services to quickly support our African universities, AAU circulated a proposal to all African universities with a view to supporting them in quickly implementing e-learning as response to the COVID-19 disruptions. These efforts have yielded tangible results. Additionally, a webinar was organized for the CEOs of national and regional regulatory agencies of higher education in Africa on Thursday, 21st May 2020, on the theme Response of African Higher Education Regulatory Bodies to COVID-19 Pandemic, Opportunities and Challenges. The goal of the webinar was to share information on how the regulatory agencies were supporting the higher education institutions in coping with their teaching and learning during the virus crisis. The virtual meeting further offered an opportunity to discuss best practices on how higher education institutions were offering uninterrupted educational services to their students by distance learning in order not to disrupt the academic calendars as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and its related lockdowns. A similar webinar was also organized for all vice chancellors presidents and rectors of African universities on the theme, Vice Chancellor's Light of Keeping African Universities Learning Doors Open. The event provides share and discuss practical lessons on how institutions are handling the disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Since that time till date, AAU has been mounting various webinars and online workshops on various thematic areas designed to inform and enlighten key stakeholders on how to continue academic training and learning in the midst of COVID-19. It is my firm belief that this one-day virtual conference on invigorating African higher education institutions' response to COVID-19 pandemic will contribute to the global discourse on how private higher education institutions play a critical role in transitioning to online teaching and learning Africa during the current crisis. On this brief note, may I join the previous speakers to welcome you all and wish you productive deliberation. My very best wishes for your good health and safety in this perilous time of COVID-19. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ihile. We appreciate that kind remark. I'll quickly run this business because of time. I will be calling Ato Solomon Debebe, who is the Managing Director of the Ethiopian Aviation Academy of the Ethiopian Airlines. We will leave the bio on the screen for you. Solomon, please take the floor. I hope you're around. If you are mute, when Muskan, I'll make sure that Ato Solomon is unmute. I can't see him, so I can't say.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Damto. I have muted my mic.
Okay, carry on.
Can you hear me?
Sure.
I can hear you, but I can only see half of your face. But that is
really?
a technical issue. You carry on. Carry on.
Okay.
Your
okay.
virtual is kind of weird. Your virtual is kind of weird.
Oh, okay. Sorry for that. His Excellency Professor Afor Kasu, State Minister, Ministry of Science and Higher Education. Her Excellency Professor Sarah Agbor, Commissioner, Human Resource, Science and Technology, African Union Commission. His Excellency Professor Etienne Ihile, Secretary General, Association of African University, Ghana. His Excellency Professor Wondosan Tamrat, founder and president of St. Mary University. His Excellency Professor Damto Tafarra, organizer of this conference. Distinguished participants, I am profoundly pleased and honored to make a speech representing Ethiopian Airlines and its Aviation Academy at this opening session of the 18th International Conference on Private Higher Education in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic has had unprecedented impact on the way we live and do business. That's why this very conference is being held virtually, unlike the previous meetings where we had the opportunity to meet and see each other. Thanks to technology and the ability to adapt to new circumstances fast, this conference has been made possible amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Businesses have been significantly affected, the airline industry being the hardest hit as travel is critically constrained owing to many countries closing their borders, fearing of the spread of the virus, and to mitigate infection risk. The virus challenged life and business in unprecedented way. It required all of us to quickly shift to new thinking and behavior, to recalibrate resources and focus, to be agile and fast adapt to the new normal created by the pandemic and continue life business to survive. The Higher Education or Learning Institute is no exception to this fact, as the traditional mode of face-to-face or in-person training is now challenged by the COVID-19 protocol, requiring us to switch to online and virtual training platform to continue this vital talent skill development activities. Ethiopia Innovation Academy on its part spent no time to prepare itself and resume the briefly interrupted training using its enhanced learning management system and the virtual classroom platform. Today, Ethiopia Innovation Academy, thanks to the airline world-class IT system, not only is giving all its training program online or using virtual platform, but is also in a position to support learning institutions with learning management system, that is, developing online courseware and providing them with the virtual platform so that they continue their teaching learning activity online and virtually. It can also help others to develop their own learning management system and training management system using their data structure or that of its own. Ethiopian Airlines, as you may know, is one of the handful airlines around the world who effectively faced the COVID-19 challenge and was able to survive the difficult times without laying off a single employee or reducing salary, while many others went bankrupt or reduced their employees in thousands. Unlike many others, Ethiopian Airlines has not requested nor got a government bailout to survive. Ethiopian Airlines managed to do this by its swift response to the pandemic challenge and fast exemplary action in terms of strategic change involving focus and resource allocation that fits the time. The conversion of its 22 passenger airplanes to carry cargo in the cabin after quickly making the recommended engineering design and modification and expanding its cargo route network to meet the growing cargo transport demand resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic was a much applauded successful strategic decision and action. Employees from the passenger side have quickly been retrained and deployed to cargo division to augment the human resource requirement and meet the increased cargo and logistic activities. This has enabled the airline to effectively support Africa in the fight against the coronavirus by transporting the much needed life-saving medical supplies and personal protective equipment, proving its age-old tradition of being present and always there for our African brothers and sisters in good or bad times. It's worth mentioning here that Ethiopian Airlines plays a significant role in the COVID-19 relief efforts to Africa by transporting emergency medical supplies from Jack Ma, the founder of China's e-commerce giant, Alibaba, to support the fight against the COVID-19. Its freighter flight carrying the first 108 tons of test kits and other healthcare products took off from Guangzhou, China, to Addis Ababa on March 22 for further distribution to all African countries. The second part followed on March 25, 2020. Ethiopian Airlines was indeed, owing to its fast action to adapt its operation to the evolving global demand for air cargo service in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, by increasing capacity and expanding its reach to 74 destinations, was selected as logistics partner by the Jack Ma Foundation, the World Food Program, and the African Center for Disease Control. At times when airlines significantly reduced flights and countries closed their borders, Ethiopian Airlines came to the rescue of fellow Africans by operating close to 100 special charter flights to repatriate them to their respective home countries from Europe, America, and the rest of the world. This validated again Ethiopian Airlines' pioneering culture and instrumental role in the African aviation industry. It is a role model for what Africa can achieve in its quest for true continental integration in line with its Vision 2063. I would like to take this opportunity to mention that Ethiopian Aviation Academy recently attained the university status and is working on identification and accreditation of relevant undergraduate, postgraduate program, which is in line with its vision of becoming one of the leading aviation universities in the region. We strongly feel that the Association of African Universities is a great source of experience sharing and a potential counsel to achieve or realize this. Ethiopian Aviation Academy is also more than willing to collaborate and contribute its part to the realization of the Association of African Universities vision and the private higher education in Africa's initiatives. Finally, it's my strong belief that this conference will seriously explore and discuss the issue challenge facing the higher education in the continent, particularly at this unprecedented COVID-19 period, and deliberate on plans and meaningful action to effectively and successfully navigate the African higher education in this challenging time through creative initiatives, pragmatic leadership, and the collaboration to deliver what's expected of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Well, if you call a partner in the airline industry in Africa, who comes to mind first? I don't need to do a marketing for Ethiopian Airlines, but with that, thank you for that, Ato Solomon. Okay, now it is my distinguished honor. Listen, I'm just putting this in, I want to keep time. But now I'm going to call Dr. Teshome Yizengao he is our keynote speaker here. He is a former Vice Minister of Higher Education here in Ethiopia, but now based in the US. He's an Associate Vice President for International Research and Development and Director of the Office of International Development at Indiana University. As I have done to the rest, I will ask, yes, it's already here. We leave his bio right there, and I will give the floor to Dr. Teshome Yizengao. Teshome, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Damto. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, greetings. Let me first express my great pleasure to have this opportunity to be with you, and the invitation from St. Mary's University and Association of African Universities to be part of the conversation on higher education response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Throughout its existence, higher education has faced a number of challenges. Issues of equality and equity, issues of quality and relevance, issues of autonomy and freedom, issues of student unrest, and issues of financial hardships and resource limitations, to mention but few. However, 2020 has added new kinds of challenge, particularly the COVID-19 pandemic, and call for equal justice for all, with unprecedented impact on higher education's core missions of producing human capital and generating knowledge and innovation necessary for economic, social, cultural, and technological advancements. The COVID-19 pandemic, as you know, has claimed the lives of over 880,000 lives and infected more than 27 million people around the globe. Cases and death in Africa are also rising in an alarming rate. This challenge have engulfed our discourse and policy discussions the last few months, and will continue to be in the forefront of our dialogue for a long time to come. In light of this, there is an increasing expectation for higher education to be on the forefront of tackling the challenge head on. The COVID-19 pandemic has hit higher education while institutions were unprepared. for such a crisis. One of the critical questions is therefore whether or not higher education institutions and systems have the kind of governance and leadership needed for now to steadying the ship and the future to greater heights. During this unprecedented time, governing boards and councils, as the highest bodies of higher education, are expected to play a significant role in enabling and empowering institutions to be responsive to this challenge. I think in many cases they have played this role. One would also expect that leaders, executives at ministry and institution levels, managers and administrators rise up to meet this unprecedented challenge with competence and professionalism. Higher education leaders are expected to employ their skills in strategic planning, team and trust building, effective communication and coalescing community to a cause and change, advocacy, research administration, financial planning and management, as well as partnership building and networking. There is a lot to talk about, pain about, desire for, and suggest ways to improve higher education governance and leadership in Africa. Are there effective and competent steering and supporting governance systems? Is there a conducive environment for flexibility and creativity? Do they have quality and visionary leaders, managers, and administrators to effectively respond to crises and challenges? Do leaders and managers at all levels have the necessary skills to respond to a crisis and transform the system and institutions? Do leaders build on knowledge generated and experience gained prior to their time, take lessons learned, and embrace change to be successful and effective? I think everybody has to ask these questions to explore whether or not leadership and governance in higher education is up to expectation. The outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic has resulted in major disruptions to higher education institutions all over the world. As many of my previous speakers have explained, in the spring and summer of 2020, higher education institutions have been closed in more than 170 countries, disrupting classes and other activities for approximately 220 million students, higher education students around the world. The pandemic has affected or impacted higher education teaching and learning, student, faculty, and staff mental health, research and community service, global engagement and mobility, and financial sustainability of institutions, particularly in the global north. I believe higher education institutions and systems in Africa have also experienced similar impacts, with lingering uncertainties about the 2020-21 academic year. In many parts of the world, governing bodies and institution administrators or leaders have shown leadership in supporting higher education managers respond to the challenges in a proactive and effective manner. Generally, higher education has responded to the pandemic with the goal of protecting their students, faculty, and staff, as well as limiting the spread of the virus in their communities and nations. Institutions have taken the lead in serving as the major resources for information and evidence, as His Excellency Professor Afwerki was stating, the case in Ethiopia, supporting their community and the governments. In addition to monitoring change and mitigating community spread, higher education leaders have provided information on a regular basis to their students, staff, and faculty, and provided guidance on new ways of coping with the pandemic. Many institutions have updated their websites to communicate about COVID-19 situation and address frequently asked questions, how individuals could protect themselves and others, share remote teaching tools for faculty, and inform available academic resource guides designed to support students. These have helped university community to unite in the face of the pandemic, pulling together, offering support to each other, providing encouragement, and building a sense of community. COVID-19 also created opportunities for higher education leaders, for example, to identify and take actions towards efficiency and cost control measures, to mobilize expertise to ramp up research and innovation, and to expand and introduce online education systems and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that the COVID-19 pandemic is not going to go away very soon. In many parts of the world, including across Africa, most higher education leaders have risen to the occasion in slowing the spread of the current pandemic, ensuring a safe and healthy learning environment, and deploying research and innovation expertise, and steadying the ship. While some important lessons the higher education leaders across the globe have provided for leaders to learn from experience in the last few months. For example, understanding how university administrators and governing boards collaborated to ensure safety, mental well-being, and sanity of their students, faculty, and staff. How they promoted and supported design and implementation of new education modalities while physically distanced. How government and higher education institutions, as well as partners, coordinated and collaborated on efforts to mitigate the challenge. How university leaders mobilized and informed the community, and how they quickly and effectively supported innovation and research to find solutions to the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, the least we expect from higher education leaders and governing structures is to become more open towards capturing and building on these lessons and developing better and revitalized governance and leadership post-COVID-19. Higher education ministries, excuse me, governance bodies and institutions, as well as communities, their communities should ask for proactive and responsive leaders who are prepared and skilled to deal with the unexpected and who have the capacity of making and recalibrating decisions. For innovative and flexible leaders who strive to and promote innovative initiatives such as online curricula and delivery modalities. For visionary and pragmatic leaders who develop capability for managing ongoing change and improve communications and response capabilities by investing in technologies and developing plans. For leaders who believe in succession and plan and implement skills development and preparation for young faculty and staff to better prepare them for the unexpected crisis and potential challenges in the future. For caring and inclusive leaders who strive to change lives and also strengthen academic, psychological, and mental health support for their students, faculty, and staff. For transformative leaders who are prepared with creativity and foresight to align or realign institution missions, organizational structures, roles, and responsibilities, as well as reviewing their Senate legislations to accommodate new realities, for example, with respect to online learning. For competent leaders who are able to anticipate change, learn and seize opportunities to carry the institution across the bridge towards transformation by mobilizing their communities, building teams and trust, and creating and nurturing enabling cultures and opportunities for constructive engagement with the university community, stakeholders, and other organizations. Governing and leading academic institutions during crisis, multiple challenge, and uncertainties are stressful and are under the microscope in times of change. Going forward, it's advisable that ministries, boards, and institutions assess how in their respective countries and institutions, the different levels of governance, leadership, and administration have contributed to or stifled efforts in managing the current COVID-19 pandemic and associated challenges that were manifested, such as teaching and learning, research, mental health, and others. Ladies and gentlemen, the future is now. We deserve inspiring leadership and governance at all times, but especially during crisis and change. We need leadership and governance that lift all of us up, rise above the tide, and not knock anyone down. When well prepared, when they have the competence and vision, when they are not simply political cronies and conformists, higher education governors and leaders are key to setting up their institutions for success in a new reality in post-COVID-19 world. As experienced in the last few months, I hope African higher education leaders and governing boards will continue to rise to this occasion and deliver to overcome the current crisis and shape better days ahead. Happy Ethiopian New Year, and I thank you all. Be well and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Teshome, for that interesting presentation. In fact, there is a lot of lesson to be learned from that presentation in the context of where we find ourselves in the era of COVID-19. I don't know about your last slide, the last slide in the picture, as in a kind of light moment here. Your choice of that last slide, I can't just leave it alone without making that comment. So what I'm going to do now, I think we are, time is against us, but if there are people who have a desire, huge desire to ask a question, I am happy to give them a chance. But what I'm going to do, I don't want a rephrasing of what is already stated. Presumably we agree, but any question relevant to this presentation, I'm happy to entertain at this stage. Let me put on a gallery show. If I see a hand, you can raise your hands on the screen if you have any questions or comments. Okay, what I'm going to do, I still want to entertain a few questions here because I want to put a question to Teshome here. Teshome, you have listed these key points in terms of what the new leadership profile, as it were, should look like. And you have provided 5 points here. What makes it so special, in this list, given where we find ourselves? I just want you to give us some key highlights in terms of some of these characteristics, because some of these characteristics, they might as well be relevant to pre-COVID era. I'll give you a few seconds to respond to that. Teshome?
Yes, you can hear me, yeah?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yes, these are, characteristics or profiles of any leader, for that matter, at any time. But as I said in my presentation, most higher education institutions were not prepared for this pandemic, be it in global north or global south. And I think if we go back to the type of leadership that we have in higher education institutions, particularly in Africa, there are some questions about competency, skills, preparedness for crisis and managing change. So we have to, what we have seen from a number of universities across the globe is when leaders of universities or governing boards or trustees, when they are more proactive, they have been successful in addressing this challenge and then attacking the situation head on, so that before it becomes really a bigger challenge, a bigger problem, they have been able to address the challenge, coalesce the community around their change agenda. And one important aspect is we're always saying, for example, communication skill is very important for any leader. But in this case, it was significantly important because the regular update, regular communication by the leaders of institutions was critical in bringing people together in informing people what to do, what not to do, and how to rise up together. So yes, these are common characteristics, but we need more of this during times of crisis and change. And I think going forward, when we are preparing, when we are selecting or appointing leaders at different levels, we have to consider these characteristics before assigning somebody for a big responsibility as leading a university.
Thank you. In fact, I'm glad you actually, on the last point, you stated competent. Yes, you cannot play with competency when such a crisis hits in institutions as universities are. So this is actually very, very important that in terms of what you said earlier, in terms of competence of leading universities and institutions. That is, I think, the point you raised and which I firmly agree. What I'm going to do now, before we go into the thematic presentations, I will give a chance to Ato Macden, I think his name was, sorry, my memory is short when it comes to names, to give us a profile of where we all come from. Macden, can you hear me?
Yes, Prof, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so give us a profile where we are so we actually know what this community is about.
Thank you very much, Professor. We are now 126 and counting in attendance. People from Somalia, Bangladesh, India, South Africa, United States, Ethiopia, from different corners of the country are in attendance. We're so much glad that we have such amount of audience, but while we are on the Zoom session, there are always some technical glitches that we might face. So I want to also encourage the attendees to keep their mics muted unless otherwise they are in a need to speak. And at the bottom of their screen, there is a button that says reaction that either shows a thumbs up or a clap sign. So it also helps us to keep the session interactive and engaging. So whenever you hear a wonderful ideas, you could give the thumbs up and also give the clap sign. And whenever there are questions, if your mic is not working, you could also drop it on the chat box so that we could also read it and relay to the moderator. These are the points that I would love to share. Back to you, Professor.
Right, thank you. I got someone from South Africa who has a question, but I have to have a disclaimer here. He was my former student, so I cannot refuse him, but I would only insist that he speaks briefly and to the point. Dr. Ntuli. You can unmute yourself. Dr. Msgana, please unmute Dr. Ntuli. Ntuli, can you hear me? We can't hear you. Msgana, can you unmute him? Yes.
I've been able to unmute.
Okay, I can't see your face. Your head is chopped off. Make sure that you are in. Number one. Number two, to the point.
Yes. Thank you very much to Dr. Teshome for this wonderful presentation on governance, leadership, and management of higher education. I wanted to find out from Dr. Teshome regarding the role of students, because when you talk about governance, students are also part of governance of higher education as per regulations and stipulations in higher education. What will be their role in ensuring that we fight this pandemic? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must tell the audience here that Dr. Ntuli did his PhD on student activism. So he has a vested interest in asking this question. Dr. Teshome, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ntuli. I think in my presentation, I was mentioning students several times because they are important, and they are, unlike many other places, students are members of governing boards in many US institutions. And in the case of COVID-19, students have also been in the forefront in terms of supporting each other, informing each other, and also providing feedback to what leaders and managers of universities have been doing. I have attended several Zoom calls or Microsoft Team meetings involving students, and ideas and suggestions that are coming from students were welcomed by university leaders and managers. And as part of the process in terms of, for example, preparing for the fall semester, feedback from the students were very, very important for the leaders. So students have been engaged with the leaders of universities, but also, most importantly, sometimes we forget that when we're talking about developed countries, Europe or US, we assume that students have access to technology, for example. Simple things such as a laptop. Many students, I think COVID was exposing countries in terms of equity in access to technology, in access to internet, in access to equipment. So students were supporting each other during that time, particularly during the spring and summer semesters. They were supporting each other. There are also several students who are hungry, that we don't consider that as a factor in many universities in the US, but there are students who don't have money even to afford for food and basic necessities. Students are mobilizing resources to support those students so that they can continue to be engaged, continue to be students in their respective universities. So that's a very important question. And I think going forward, our institutions in Africa should also engage students in all aspects of university governance, university leadership and management, so that they can contribute to betterment of ideas and policies. Of course, when classes are open this August, there are some difficulties in terms of behaviors of students. But again, students are also the ones who are trying to control bad behaviors amongst themselves. So generally we say, or I would say, students should be a critical part of any leadership and governance of higher education institutions anywhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now, that, I think that's a question we had. I'm sure people will warm up to the conversation later. With that brief note on that, I will be heading into the next section of our presentation. That would be higher education institutions' response to COVID pandemic. The first one would be presented by Rosa Bothloco and Stembile Olkashwayo and Emmanuel Lungile Ho from Boto University, Eswatini, formerly called Swaziland, teaching and learning in the COVID-19 era, a case of Boto University. So you have 15 minutes. I will warn you if I feel that you are exceeding your limit. Now we are in the presentation mode. I don't know who is presenting. Is that Rosa or is that Emmanuel who is presenting?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Emmanuel How will be the one presenting.
Carry on, Emmanuel. You have 15 minutes. I will warn you when you are on 12 minutes, okay?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Emmanuel. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to present at this prestigious conference. The topic for our paper is teaching and learning in the context of COVID-19, a case of Buchi University, Eswatini. As we all know that, next. As we all know that our presentation is outlined in the following areas. We'll talk briefly about Buchi University. We'll then look at the COVID-19 background that's affecting all of us. Then we'll also look how, as a university, we responded to the crisis. And then lastly, we'll look at the experiences learned, and then we'll conclude the presentation. As you all know that the COVID-19 pandemic, it has created substantial challenges and opportunities for all universities in the higher education community. At the same time, this COVID-19 disruption, it really exposed many higher education institutions through various challenges, such as the reduction in resources to be able to respond to this crisis, personal and academic challenges, and then the most important one, the transition from the traditional face-to-face learning approach to online learning. Now, just to briefly outline how the Buchi University exists in the various countries. Buchi University has 4 campuses, mainly in the SADC region. The main headquarters are based in Botswana. We have a campus in Namibia. We have a campus in Lesotho, and then in the Kingdom of Eswatini. So basically, this case study will be focusing on the University of Eswatini. Now, as we look at how, as a university, we responded to this crisis, basically, we came up with 3 phases. The first phase that we focused on was capacitation. Basically, what we did here, we resolved that our content, because it was based on face-to-face, we had to migrate it into a micro content platform so that the students can be able to view the content using the various technology tools, which is the tablets, the laptops, or even their cell phones. And then under the same capacitation stage, we had our Blackboard training, which is our learning management system. Basically here, we ensured that all our lecturers were ready to now conduct their learning on the platform, which is Blackboard training. The screen has disappeared. Thank you. And then the second stage, where we had the support intervention. As now the lecturers and the students who are now ready to continue with teaching and learning in the online environment, we had to implement certain interventions. For lecturers, we developed work from home templates where there were sort of templates to guide the lecturers as they continued with their teaching and learning. And then another intervention that we did was the network access support. So where we provided our lecturers with enough data so that as they conducted teaching and learning, they have less disruptions. For students, we made sure that our migration plan to Blackboard was on point. We ensured that we created enough engagement approaches so that our students don't feel lost and they're not unaligned with our content. And then lastly, we had to conduct online surveys so that the feedback from the students were able to contextualize with our content in teaching and learning. And then the last phase within our COVID response framework was the actual teaching and learning. In this instance, we developed weekly assessment reports so that the lecturers can be on point to know that whatever is missing, they're able to mitigate with the right strategies. And then frequent faculty meetings were normally conducted on a weekly basis to ensure that whatever feedback that they need to share with the other lecturers was quickly done. The whole objective of this crisis framework basically was to make sure that we've aligned our face-to-face content with the online content. And then we made sure that to limit the learning disruptions between online learning and face-to-face transition. Now, our data was conducted using the online service platform. Because already the students were online, we used that opportunity to collect the data. This survey was conducted in two phases. The first phase was used to gather the student online readiness. Are the students ready to move to the online learning? Then phase two was now the actual learning. How were the students experiencing the learning online? Now phase two was repeated bi-weekly so that to ensure that we monitor improvement of the students. If we feel there's a gap, then we're able to mitigate it quickly. Next. Now, what was important with this study was that the experiences that we learned and that we gained from this sudden crisis, we were able to gauge our readiness and also for future implementation. The first experience that we gained was that it is very important that your academic calendar must be in line with the online content. So we made sure that whatever we started to prepare for the year, it was made sure that it must be continuously achieved. The second experience that we learned was the assessment and evaluation. All our assessments which were already planned for the year, we wanted to make sure that they were in line as they moved to online transition. Basically, this means if a certain assessment needed a face-to-face contact, we had to adjust it so that it fits the online environment. The other experience was the challenges in shifting to online learning. It was very important to document whatever challenges that one experienced as they moved from face-to-face to online, so that the knowledge sharing amongst the lecturers is on a high note. Learning tools and network access, it was very important also to identify the necessary tools that will ensure that students' learning is always on a continuous moment during the online learning. When it came to the online practical versions, we discovered that some of our modules, they had the practical component, which is part of the course delivery. So in this banner, we ensured that online practical component is migrated in a manner that is easily conducted in an online environment. And then access to e-learning resources. Butcher University has various e-library services which are available. This was also another experience that we learned how to ensure that the smooth transition to online learning happens. Another important aspect was teaching presence. As lecturers moved from the face-to-face to online learning, the teaching presence component must be enforced so that the students do not feel that they're left out. Another experience gained was the financial challenges. We discovered that some students had financial issues of buying data, having access to the different online platforms. Some had to download those platforms. So we learned that how can, for future references, for future crises, how can we ensure that these challenges are met? And then because as Butcher University, we already had an online learning management system, we learned that leveraging on our already learning culture, it helps us to smooth out the transition to online learning. And then lastly, student feedback from students is very, very important, because this was an issue where no one expected this type of crisis. So getting feedback from students was very crucial, because whatever they proposed, we were able to implement in our crisis management framework. And to conclude, this COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in many universities to be closed. Now, in the Kingdom of Eswatini situation, the various tertiary institutions, they face many challenges on assessing and responding to this crisis. However, what everybody should note that this global pandemic has also created opportunities for universities to experiment with other learning modes that they had in their implementation plan or future plans, as well as to gauge their resilience in unexpected circumstances. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. One, for your succinct presentation. Two, for being sensitive for the time. What I'm going to do, we will continue with the presentations, and at the end of the 3 presentations, we will see how we manage in terms of questions and in terms of time. I already saw a couple of issues with regard to presentation. Would you please be kind to share your presentation to the participants? At least I saw a couple of such requests that came in. Please kindly share your materials with the participants, right? So
we'll send them. We'll send participants, right? We have all the slides, so we'll be sharing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Msikana. Because you are all registered and presume you have given the right and the correct email account, you should be able to receive them. So without further ado, I will be calling Malaku Girma from St. Mary's University. He will be talking on research and research-related activities in COVID-19 era, implications for higher education institutions. Dr. Malaku, the floor is yours. I will be watching the time. I will appreciate it if you actually cut it to 10 minutes, but you are not under any obligation to do so. The floor is yours, Malaku.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. How about the slide?
Not yet.
How about now?
I think it's coming. Yes, it's coming.
Okay, thank you very much. Distinguished guests, dear moderators, dear presenters, dear participants, I would like to say hello and thank you for joining this session. So my topic is research and research-related activities in the COVID-19 area, implication for higher education institutions. So as you may all know, this pandemic has now reached about 28 million globally, with 887,000 deaths. This is the statistics given yesterday by World Health Organization. In Ethiopia, according to the Ministry of Health and Public Health Institution, there are about 59,000 and nearly 1,000 confirmed cases and deaths respectively. So in this small paper, I try to explore different perspectives of how to go about conducting research in COVID-19 area and to trigger greater debate in Ethiopian context. This is the main aim of this small desk-based research. So moving academic research forward during COVID-19, actually this is experience of China, Europe, and the United States of America. The first thing they did was to come up with safe protocols and guidelines in order to move forward in conducting research during the pandemic era. So in this, they prepare guidelines for safe practices for the research communities. In doing that, they have to consider the different stakeholders. They have to look at the government guidelines. They have to look at the different guidelines provided by different authorities in regard to the COVID-19. So here, in our case, our higher education institutions are expected to come up with some kind of protocol, even though most of the protocols seems to be overlapping, but yet it has to be distinct guidance based on the situation on the ground. So in Ethiopia, we have to see the government guidelines, we have to see the guideline of the Ministry of Health, we have to see the guideline of the public health, as well as the Ministry of Science and Education. So we need to come up with some kind of guidelines in order to move forward. This is what has been done in China, Europe, and the USA in order to move forward in doing research in the pandemic area. So focus should be about the health of workers, about the study subject, about fair and transparent process for safety-related decision-making, about occupancy levels, facility prioritization, and library usage. Again, another one is how to resume research for the post-COVID-19 era. This is the experience of top American universities. Now they are talking about the post-COVID-19 era. So according to their experience, there is no clear best practice to copy or no good instance to follow. However, we need to prepare for the future and come up with hard decisions, especially issues related with physical distancing requirement, because especially in on-site research, it is nearly impossible to meet this standard for many research areas. So we need to come up with some kind of hard decision by providing some support in doing such research. Another one, university finances are stretched. Yes, true, along with almost every other sector of the economy. The expectation of pre-pandemic research grants and contracts are often incompatible with the current situation in most universities in America. Another one is international activity, especially students and post-doctoral recruitment has been seriously affected by this era. So in this regard, it is now the time for planning and preparing to enter the post-pandemic era with hard decision. So universities, the top universities in America, they are preparing for the post-COVID-19 era. So here we have to think about that also. So how about doing research during the COVID-19 pandemic era, the current situation? The current situation. Here, these are some of the advices given by American Psychological Association, Board of Scientific Affairs, and other experts. They offer the following advice. We need to prepare to work remotely or virtually. So we need to have some kind of equipment, no doubt, like laptop, charger, webcam, and other things. Of course, we need some kind of training, how to use Zoom, maybe Skype or Cisco and other things. So we need some kind of training here. Again, another advice, check in with your program officer. Of course, how to sustain the research. We need to have some kind of contact with the officer, the funders. So communication is very important. We need to modify our research and analysis, such as remote data collection and storage. We may be forced to change our methodologies. Another important advice is protect your human participants and animal subjects. True. Another one, cross-train staff, especially those multidisciplinary research done by group of peoples. In case one team member can get sick, another member can step in if we train our staff. Maintain communication with your team, that's another important advice. Two, the things that you never have time for instance, this time we may write a grant proposal, we may work on paper, or we may take online courses. Even we can prepare journal articles during this time. Another one, support junior colleges, of course. We need to support our students, especially those who are doing the research thesis project. Another one, we need to keep things in perspective. I know this is a time of what? Uncertainty. It's a very traumatic time. So, but things will be okay. Things will be okay. So let's have a very good future. So let's have this kind of outlook. Another one, this is an African perspective provided by leaders of Africa. I think this is a collaboration of educators, researchers, and leaders. So they proposed some kind of insight regarding how to go about conducting survey research in the COVID-19 area. So it's more or less similar with the previous one.
Dr. Melaku, you have 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Okay, so it is similar with the previous one. So I will skip this one. So we don't have to forget our students. So in that way, we need to advise our students to use alternative strategy like analysis of existing media content, or meta-analysis, or systematic literature review, and so on. Finally, let me jump to COVID-19 in private higher education in Ethiopia, the Ethiopian context. I think here, Wendeson Tamrat, in his news article in the University World News, he posted, he stressed the immediate mounting difficulties on private higher education vis-a-vis public higher education institutions. This is because of, among other things, the vast majority of private higher education across the country depend on students' tuition and fees. Most of private higher education run their programs in rented buildings. They employ tens of thousands of people. Private higher education, they pay tax and duties. They receive little or no direct or indirect assistance. So according to Wendeson, the private sector was not and still is not able to move smoothly toward online provision to ensure continuity of teaching and learning. So as a result, he proposed the following ideas: revisiting the national directives in order to accommodate the challenges of private higher education, bailing out the private sector to alleviate the negative impact of the pandemic, planning and preparing to enter the post-pandemic era by making hard decisions. These are some of the proposals made by Wendeson. This much, thank you.
Thank you very much. What we're going to do now, we'll continue to the third presentation, and then once that presentation is completed, we will have a Q&A session. So I see a couple of questions in there which we would entertain, all right? So the next presentation is by Fatima Mizkachi. I hope I didn't mispronounce it, from University of Ankara. She would be talking on private higher education institutions in Turkey in COVID-19 pandemic. How do they govern the crisis? Fatima, you have 15 minutes. I will, as I did earlier, I will warn you if you are aging towards that. The floor is yours, Fatima.
Okay, thank you so much for inviting me to such a great conference, and I'm very happy to be here with you, and greetings from Turkey, first of all. And I'd like to thank to Dr. Levy, also Professor Levy from Albany University, who provided the connection with this conference. My presentation will be about the private institutions, private higher education institutions in Turkey, and how do they govern the process? How do they govern the crisis? And I will be very specific to private education institutions and their governance in this presentation. But there are some facts. First of all, Turkey is holding one of the largest student, higher education student population in European area after Russia. Russia is the first, and more than 7.7 million students are studying in more than 200 higher education institutions in Turkey at the moment. So this makes a big burden on the governance, as you may guess, and this creates many different levels of challenges on higher education institutions, on such as quality, such as accreditation, such as quality, how to deal with this quantity. And yes, next one, please. What's the place of foundation universities? First of all, we call foundation universities because private higher education is non-profit in Turkey. It should be non-profit. It should be provided by non-profit organizations. So these are foundations. That's why we call these foundation universities. But this means that this is non-public universities, non-public institutions. So their place, their share in the whole, in the total education, higher education is small. But the number of private institutions, foundation universities, is 37% of all. But the number of students, rate of students are smaller. As you can see in here, it's 8% only in the total population, student population. Okay, next one, please. Now, what do these institutions, what do they do during COVID-19 pandemic era? Their first reaction, of course, was by the general tendencies. All higher education institutions, of course, had to quit their face-to-face education early March or mid-March 2020. And private universities who have technology infrastructure started online courses soon after March 16. But those who don't have such kind of technology for online courses, of course, just use the emailing system. You know, they just sent email their documents. The teachers sent their documents through emails to students, and students were asked to study these documents and material kind of things. And majority of the privates provided online services for students at the highest level, those who can do that, and better than publics. Those who have the infrastructure did their best, and they are doing their best for the students. And the early start of these are the days I mentioned about them, and privates are better, are doing better than the publics here. And okay, we can continue with the next slide, please. Okay, now there's a distinction here between public and private. As you can see here, support for teaching staff, support for academics is quite less than the support for students. You may make a guess why this is the case here, because students claimed to pay back their tuition fees. And you can see here, privates are doing better, at least in numbers, in method of midterm examinations, online tests, homework projects, short terms, kind of things, and all kind of facilities, all kind of technology support for the students. And this is much better than the support they provided for their teaching staff. Unfortunately, teaching staff were just expected, were maybe forced to teach online 24 hours a day. And they, at least pedagogical support, at least, psychological support. No, we cannot see this here for the teaching staff of private universities. Okay, next one, please. Okay, the governance. Almost all types of online services of privates are for students rather than those of academics and teaching staff. As we said before, all these analysis can be interpreted that privates felt more pressure from the students and families for keeping education service as good as, even better, they did before, because of the tuition fees. This is because of the tuition fees. There is a payback pressure, and there were claims by the student unions, and they just claimed that a student from the union, for example, claimed that universities do not pay electricity, water, transport, etc. during these pandemic days, because we are shut down at home and we don't go to the campuses, and we don't get service. So the students should pay less fee, or they should be paid back, with the condition that all academics, this is important because there is a threat on academics, on teaching staff of privates here, that all academics should be paid full salary. As a response, private university managements announced that there won't be discount in tuition fees, neither discount nor payback. Okay, next one, please. And some private universities cut academic salaries. Unfortunately, the teaching staff, have been under threat on this time. At this time, some ended contracts, and many received the state support to pay salaries. Now, we can say majority of private universities are still having state support to pay academic salaries. Several, but no data, unfortunately, on this. Several private universities cut salaries of academics despite the ongoing online classes. They kept online classes, they kept teaching, maybe more than normal times, more than previous times. As I said before, I am, as an academic, as a teaching staff at a public university, I have to teach, 24 hours almost. I have to be with the screen, online, and, reading those papers and, communicating with students every time. But there is a perception of the management of public universities that teaching staff is not working. So they try to keep them online all the times. Okay, and then you know the cut of salaries and ending the contracts. These are the big challenges on academics of private universities here. It is still ongoing, unfortunately, but this is not applicable for public universities. We have to say that all staff are paid fully. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, a difference within the private sector, actually, that there are some, good universities, let's say, high quality universities. They provide services in full service, like Bilkent, Sabancı and Koç universities. These are the biggest universities run by big corporates in Turkey, long-lasting corporates in Turkey, and they supported the process, these crisis times. For example, Bilkent University provided genetics research for maybe developing vaccine for COVID-19, and Sabancı University provided some technologies, composite technologies and others, and Koç, for example, provided services on diagnostics, kind of things. These are scientific research done by private universities, but among 77 private universities, we can say these are three institutions that supported this, the process. Okay, like their public counterparts, private university hospitals, of course, have rendered pandemic services. The bulk of private higher education has no research or comparable service apparatus, as I said before. Okay, as a consequence, all higher education institutions will continue online education in the fall semester, in the coming semester, and most probably in the spring semester. As the cases are increasing in Turkey, Turkey is under threat, is still under threat, increasing their cases, unfortunately, with uncontrolled conditions. And enrollment rates during this time, there are new enrollments. These are increasing, students, young people, of course, keep their education, and in both private and public universities. But there are some programs, study programs that cannot enroll students at all. Unfortunately, this is something new for Turkey. Some countryside universities, less developed universities, both public and private, they couldn't enroll students, especially civic engineering, for example, geophysics, engineering, and some language programs were not enrolled. And okay, this was my last word. Thank you for listening to me, and you can contact with me with this email address, and if you have questions, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatima, also for keeping time. Appreciate that. All right, now we have a couple of questions. Some of them I actually took a picture instead of scrolling up and down. The first one is, my question is to the first presenter. The first presenter would be Rosa and Stembile, I heard about the delivery of practical content in your presentation, Dr. Getahun writes. We are offering computer science program at postgraduate level online that involves significant practical lab-based sessions. I want to hear more on your experience in the delivery of practical content virtually. If Rosa or Stembile is listening, and I'm sure they are with us, I think so, would you be brief in responding to this question? Rosa or Mr. Ultrayo? Okay. If they are not there, I have a long question by Dr. Yeah, another one, a long one. Let me read it. I hope this is from Brahanu Bayena, Dr. Brahanu Bayena. What we have seen at the times of COVID-19 pandemic was concerns about accessing educational materials online, not even interactivity. We have unfortunately forgotten or neglected to think about and rethink about a new pedagogical approach. Schools and universities were busy in uploading and sending teaching, learning materials prepared for conventional face-to-face mode. My question to all, but this is specifically to Prof. Afwerki, Dr. Teshome, Ihile, myself, how do you advise education ministries, schools, universities, professionals, and all stakeholders to come up with a new pedagogical approach and come up with quality and equitable education for self-paced online or blended learning for the existing pandemic? This is Dr. Brahanu Bayena. Anyone from the list? Afwerki, Prof. Afwerki, Dr. Teshome? At this stage, let me give a chance to respond to this question to Teshome. If Teshome is listening. Oh, I think he's left, if I'm not mistaken, but he said he's coming back. Okay. Teshome, you're not in, I guess?
I think he's left.
He's left, right? So I don't want to take this floor. Let me give it a chance to, if Prof. Afwerki around is with us? Okay. No, right. So who is Prof. Abago? I don't know what that Abago was. Oh, you mean Agbor, Prof. Agbor. I don't know if her Excellency. I presume you mean Prof. Agbor, her Excellency, Sarah Agbor. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'll keep this question, and they will respond to it when they come back. I have from Michael to Rosa and Emmanuel another question. Do you find that this format ensures quality and skills outcomes? Is Rosa and Emmanuel around?
Yes, we are.
You are, okay. Let me then compound this one with the earlier question. So this is from Sunnight. She is asking, do you find that this format ensures quality and skills outcomes? Are there ways to conduct skills assessment? Okay.
Okay.
Carry on. Please try to be brief.
Okay, can we answer the first one?
Carry on.
From
Just
Dr.
try to be brief.
From Dr. Semeo.
Yeah.
Yes, he asked about delivery of practical content for their computer science program. Here at Butu University, we have a Blackboard learning management system. And one of the features that it has is what you call virtual labs. So within virtual labs, you have all the practical softwares, the different softwares that you can use. So if you are doing, for example, a programming language, you can continue to do the programming, the coding using virtual labs.
So it's a mirror of the classroom session into online. And then the second question was from
Senite. She was asking, do you find that this format issues quality and skills outcomes?
What does it address?
Ensures quality and skills outcomes.
Okay, please rephrase the question.
He was asking if the format you are using ensures quality, in this case, improves quality, I guess, and also skills outcomes.
Okay, yes. In a way, it does increase the quality, because we have the. In what way? Because for teaching and learning, our lecturers are always monitored. We allow them to share the knowledge of what they experienced, and then they share those experiences in our faculty meetings.
Okay.
And then as well for the students, we have the online survey sessions where they give feedback on what they've learned and what they're challenging. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So next question is to Fatima. How will you incorporate the practical courses in engineering using online learning, and how will you ensure quality? So I think the issue of quality is around Senite's mind. Would you like to respond to that question briefly, Fatima?
Yes, thank you for the question, Martin. This is really very important point. In spring semester, in the previous semester, no practice courses were done. No practice courses. They were all shut down. And they were postponed for a normal time, maybe, practice courses. But it is clear that we won't have normal time in future too, and they will be, you know, in some limited, some restricted conditions. The universities announced the practice courses will be in restricted and limited conditions, with measurements, you know, with masks, maybe with some, you know, small numbers of students in their workplaces, you know. This is more important in medicine. In medicine, you know, practice is practice. Without practice, you cannot, you know, continue education. So they couldn't quit that. They continue, of course, in the hospitals, and interns were hospitals, and they're still at the hospitals, you know. They are practicing. With the engineers, with, for example, teachers, that I have teacher students, we postponed that.
Okay, thank you. Senite writes me, she says that she doesn't want to take credit for it. Actually, the question came from Mikhail. The next question, I want to distribute the question, in this case to Dr. Malaku. Briefly, please, how trustworthy is the recommendation of APA to African higher education institutions? And this is Zamanu, I think. He is saying that our context is different from the American reality. Dr. Malaku, briefly. Unmute yourself. Or Wanda Sadhu, please. Yeah,
okay, thank you very much. Yeah, it's true. I mean, at the beginning, I've said that there is no clear best practice to copy or no good instance to follow. But we have to have some kind of lesson. We have to have some kind of experience from different parts of the country so that we can adapt to our situation, the situation on the ground. Here in Ethiopia, currently, the pandemic is surging, but in other countries, it is declining. We don't know where the pandemic will be over. So in that case, we have to take some kind of lesson from different parts of the country so that we can adapt to our situation. So currently in Ethiopia, the case is rising, death is increasing. So what can we do? This is what I want in this small paper. That's what I want to trigger some kind of debate in this regard. So here in Ethiopia, universities, they need to prepare some kind of protocol based on the reality in Ethiopia, based on the reality, based on their educational mission, vision. We don't have to copy simply directly from top American universities, or we don't have to copy from China or Europe, but we have to take some lessons. What kind of experience they have. So I'm in this kind of situations that I presented this material. So here, I don't have a shortcut answer.
Thank you.
We have to
I
learn
got that.
from different.
Yes, I think your point is well taken. So the next question the other question from Dr. Zemenu was, how's the data collected during the transition period, in this case, from face-to-face to online platform? How does the data collected? Do you think it gives exhaustive opportunities and challenges? It's not clear to me. Zemenu, you can elaborate on your question. How does the data collected in the transition period, what? Do you think it gives exhaustive opportunities and or challenges of what? It's not clear. So rewrite your question and come back to me. So I'll push it to the presenters. Question to all? No, that's not a question. Someone is promoting their interest there. Okay. This is from Asrat Jorge, I guess, to Fatima. Briefly, please, would you share with us your experience in helping students from low-income families who are able to access online learning, please? Fatima, I really wish that I want to be pretty concise on that, because I want to go to the next presentation right away.
Okay, very shortly. Thank you for the question, Asrat. We have about 15% of students at all levels who couldn't access to internet. And we know that, and there is no, project to support them, to make them access for the new semester, for the next semester. And personally, I ask my students, if they don't have access to internet, to use their friend's telephone, for example. We create some solutions for them, and we want to support them, of course, and we don't fail them. But as a project, as a global project, there's no project to support them. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think I will go straight into the next presentation. That would be Mr. Islam from BRAC University, Bangladesh, designing course learning narratives for transformative higher education. I hope Mr. Islam is around. The floor is yours. I will give you 15 minutes, but I start warning you past 12 minutes. Mr. Islam, the floor is yours. Mr. Islam, are you with us?
Yes, they just unmuted me. Hello.
All right, thank you. Carry on.
I'm just waiting for them to allow me to screen share. It's still disabled. Yeah, got it. Can you all see the screen?
I think it's coming. Yeah, we see it.
Great. All right. So I think I'll be trying to respond to some of these questions that Dr. Akbar raised about quality, rethinking education, customizing learning, skills, and what Dr. Berhanu just asked about pedagogical approaches. So I think I think we're talking about similar things here through what I'm saying, designing course learning narratives for transformative higher education. And this is through applying learning design thinking to our universities. I'd just like to start by saying some of the things that we've discussed, like governance, institutions, systems, management. I'd like to look at the complementary aspect of that, which is the student or learner experience, as she is the most crucial aspect to this whole endeavor that we are all trying to address. Some of the, you'll find through the presentation, there are some original concepts and terms I'm using in the spirit of collaboration and mutual problem solving. So I would hope that I trust we will honor that spirit of collaboration and sharing ideas. So I'll be quickly going through just an overall learning strategy and some of the design elements, time permitting. And what I want to look at is, particularly in the learner's experience, the quality of the learner's experience and the potential for learning transformation. And it's interesting to look at when we've talked a lot about technology throughout the day today. And I always look at this paradox that we look at technology, and as consumers of technology, we are always demanding more and we expect the best user experience. But I wonder if we have the same demand of our quality in higher education. Do we have the same demands? Do we question our higher education, the class and the experience in the same way for our children? And I believe, using a very crude analogy, that our greatest technology is our students' hearts, minds, and spirits. And we have to bring that to the fore of this entire enterprise during this crisis. So our students, as you may know, to varying degrees, I'm speaking from the South Asian experience, but I think we all share similarities in the developing world, that our students face daunting lectures, a lot of times faculty who are not necessarily the best at teaching, who are very focused on research, but not necessarily on the learning outcomes of our students. A lot of rote learning, memorization, high pressure exams, grade anxiety, grade self-shaming. There is an inferiority complex that students feel from themselves if they don't feel as smart as other students. There is chronic academic burnout. There is also debt, especially with privatized higher education, enormous debt involved. But there's also unemployability, and this is something that Dr. Akbar raised, that do we have them ready for jobs? And I think I would provocatively say that this may leave our children and our students academically traumatized, because I think in the next 5 years, we'll find that these effects on students has long-term psychological, emotional, and mental effects that we're undesired consequences. And I believe that there is a global learning crisis, and I don't believe that this is particular to the African continent, to Asia. I believe this is a universal learning crisis that I've seen firsthand in the US as well as in Europe. And I'm also seeing the same challenges here because there are very poor learning outcomes occurring. And with COVID here and this kind of push to remote learning, I think this could be a case of Einsteinian insanity. Einstein said famously that insanity is doing the same thing over and over, but expecting a different result. And I wonder that if we are taking this system of learning and we are now pushing it to remote learning, are we not also doing something somewhat insane? So this global learning crisis, why and how did this happen? Well, there's one very simple reason that I find, and it's that higher education has not been designed for students to learn. We talk about what students require in terms of management, governance, technology, but have we asked or tried to assess what is it that students need to learn and whether it's designed for them? So for example, if we take the most basic unit, the university course, we find that a lot of times it's designed for the faculty to deliver very overly specialized, excessive, abstract academic knowledge to students. And it involves short-term information, regurgitation, and exams, which culminate in the degree. And this, one of my European colleagues once said, this is just creating professor clones. We're just creating mini professors. And we don't necessarily have demonstrably accessible skills learning outcomes through the existing system. And we do need to look at whether there's a value and application in the real world, in terms of the job world, into the actual needs of our respective societies, especially now with COVID. Are we developing the skills that our societies now need through our students to somehow help contribute impactfully to this crisis? Because what we are using is written exams and as assessment. And I think it's important to also step back and look at higher education systems in the world. There seems to be, I would suggest we have to look at the correlations that there's widening income inequality, gender violence, climate change, poverty, rapid urbanization, chronic emotional and mental stress, depression, higher suicide rates. We have to look at where higher education comes into this status quo, this situation that we are now contending with. And we also need to look at the fact that our students overwhelmingly find their university classes uninspiring. The courses are not necessarily designed around students' particular learning needs, their emotional engagement, or the social context as first-time learners. A lot of times, as I mentioned, we deliver highly theoretical, didactic, and mechanistic teaching, and this can alienate the students from their innate academic capabilities. And we need the students, and the students need job and life skills for these very young workforces that we have on our respective continents, and the demographic dividend, which has still been unrealized. And they desperately require these academic and employable skills to enter the professional world, but also to lay the foundation for leading productive, fulfilling, and enriching lives for themselves and their societies. And the skills that we are talking about that we need in the 21st century, empathy is at the top of that list, as we all, I think, agree. Critical thinking, collaboration, learning aptitude, self-management, creativity. Everybody is saying creativity. Problem solving, systems thinking, human-centric design, and solutions thinking. How do we solve this problem of COVID? How do our young workforces come in to think in terms of solutions rather than trying to react to the problem? And unfortunately, I can't speak to African higher education, but I know that in America, Europe, and certainly in Asia, universities rarely and inadequately offer the authentic, employable, skill outcomes-based curriculum that's required. And so I would suggest, I hope not too provocatively, that COVID is not the symptom. It's actually exposing the underlying problem that we are all facing. And this is a systemic higher education challenge. And I believe that if we fix this underlying education challenge, and I believe that no crisis should go unused, then the remote blended learning that we're talking about will ensure the quality outcomes which predate COVID. So the question is, if we weren't ready for COVID and our remote learning before, then what is the quality implication now? And I believe, what is the learner's experience that we are perpetuating? If that was the case before COVID, are we not then perpetuating the same chronic experience of disaffection in our students? And so the question becomes, so how do we solve this seemingly intractable problem? And I believe we need to, as all problems, everyone says, the first thing to do is reframe the problem. Don't react to the problem, reframe it. And what I'd like to suggest is we reframe this problem by starting with that most basic unit of learning, which is that course, the classroom itself. And so how do we solve this? Well, what I'm suggesting is what I'm calling developing course learning narratives, and tapping into the power of storytelling. We know that storytelling universally shapes us and teaches us as human beings. This has happened from time immemorial. All our civilizations for millennia have used teaching and storytelling as probably the most direct way to ensure the moral, ethical, spiritual character of our young, of our students, so that they can grow into being fully realized human beings. And this has been the most powerful way that we have learned, whether it's through our grandparents' stories, it's the children's books we've read, our own respective traditional mythologies and sacred scripture, whether it be the Christian sacred scripture, Islamic, Judaic, Buddhist, Eastern, Confucian, sacred scripture, as we all know, and I can say this safely because I'm speaking to an African audience, these have profoundly influenced who we are. And I'd like us to think about how that storytelling power, the interiorizing power of storytelling throughout our lives affects us. And the question is, shouldn't our universities have that same effect on our learners, on our children? And this is also important that storytelling taps into our own indigenous cultures, our own traditions, our own indigenous identities, and taps into that rich diversity of storytelling that we can explore. This is not something to be taken from America or from Europe or from China. This is something that we already possess. We have the deepest reservoir of storytelling in our respective cultures and civilizations. We must rediscover those stories, and how can we bring them into our teaching experience? And we also need to keep in mind that everything carries a narrative. And I start with the...
You have 2 minutes.
All right. Sorry, that was quick. All right. So everything carries a narrative. So we need to think about how we can design that in our own courses. So design the course as a story in structure and form. How do we tell the story of the narrative? How do we tailor the story around the students' understanding and engagement? And how do we make a compelling narrative around our own indigenous storytelling? And we have the elements of storytelling that are involved. And how do we bring that into the classroom? And so some of the design features is that this allows for a learner-centric design for first-time learners, so that they're emotionally engaged with the learning. And it also addresses the cognitive dissonance of learning, where we are decontextualizing our students from their local indigenous learning environments, their cultural, socioeconomic environments. And so employing what is, as you may have heard, design thinking into our learning experience. And we need to adopt the emotional primacy of deep learning for our students. The emotions are central to learning, and in our own cultures and traditions, this is absolutely primal. So let us restore that primacy of emotional learning. And this ensures authentic learning experiences and outcomes, and the emotional and intellectual imperatives for a course. Sorry, I'm moving along a little. This is very important that the learning narrative bring the community back into the classroom. This is something that we found in American, European, and our own courses has been completely disconnected from the learning. The centrality of the community. Who are we working with? What aspect of human development are we addressing? And how does the student connect to that? And that we can do by indigenizing the curriculum. And I think you've heard about decolonizing education. How do we address the ontological loss of our spiritual selfhood that informed us for millennia before the colonial encounter? How do we return to the pre-colonial mindset that we had that was indigenous to our own culture and identities? And we need to largely follow curriculum that are our own rather than those that are international. And how do we look at and rediscover the relevance and value of our own traditions, our sacred literature, our own anthropology, our religions, our health, our education, and essentially humanize our courses' value and purpose for our students, as well as for our societies and communities, for our society's well-being and sustainable well-being. Some of the design elements I can't go through, but these constitute this course learning narrative. As you can see, I won't go into them, but the vision, the narrative structure, the sequence, methodologies and assessment are key to this learning narrative. And so the final question is, well, where does this bring us in terms of outcomes? Well, I believe that what we've seen in our own experiences, that course learning narratives, it proves to help students learn. And it proves it because your civilizations and my own indigenous civilizations have used this for millennia. It returns the learner to the center of learning and to indigenous learning, to her own learning center, her experience as a human being within her local context. It returns the indigenous learner to the indigenous social context in which she learns, her own environment, economic, social, educational environments, and it connects the course to her indigenous context, which is what we've raised. And this fosters a relationship between the learner and the community vis-a-vis the course. And this, I believe, we've seen catalyzes students' inquiry into their subjects. It inspires and revitalizes the learning experience of the student, which is first and foremost, pedagogically speaking. And it repurposes the course. It starts where we are. We don't need to throw away. We don't need to throw away our courses, everything we've done. We can go step by step. And this helps to craft the curriculum around students' own imaginative hearts and minds, which is preeminent for us.
I have to insist
Yes.
that you conclude now.
This is my last line. By crafting this curriculum around our own students' own imaginative hearts and minds, we can then bring the transformative impact to higher education. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that passionate, provocative, enlightening, and comprehensive presentation. I greatly appreciate that, Mr. Islam. Right, we'll continue to the second presentation. That will be Dr. Daniel Zode from the St. Mary's University, who will be talking on employment characteristics, transition, and status of the St. Mary's University's graduates. He's looking at the case of 2016, 2018. So in terms of time, Associate Professor Zode, I'll give you 15 minutes, but I'll start to warn you. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Professor. My presentation focuses on the topic that states employment characteristics, transitions, and status of SMU graduates. Okay, the case of 2000 to 2016. As you see the outline, the background justification of the study, basic research questions, objectives, research methodology employed, and the major findings of the study, conclusions and implications will be given. As to the background of the study, as you know, St. Mary University, who is one of the higher education institutes, private one, of course, it has passed more than 2 decades in experience, and the university is trying its best in producing competent professionals in the field of business.
Are you with us?
Yes.
Dr. Daniel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I always would like to work as a kind of backup. Prof. Jegede, get ready in case Mr. Daniel would continue to face the challenges of presenting his material. Daniel, are you back?
Yes.
Carry on.
Okay. Okay. Therefore, one way of improving the quality and relevance of education is conducting a tracer study. Taking into account this condition, the university has tried, it is based in giving this opportunity to us, to my office, to deal with such research. Now, looking into different research works done in Ethiopia and as well in foreign countries, that is globally, internationally, and number of factors are mentioned about why graduates unemployment is really becoming a problem, okay? Therefore, number of factors were identified from these researchers. Say, for example, poor investment may be taken as one, and this results with limited jobs creation, mismatch between number of jobs and number of graduates, okay? Lack of job opportunities to our graduates. This is one area, and the other is there could be lack of quality education. Quality problem behind quality education results with gaps in skills, gaps in applying employability skills on the part of graduates. And at the end of the day, they may not have any ability to provide the necessary customer service. Having this said, the research has tried to raise about 5 major questions. The first one is, it states, to what extent is this transition of graduates from education to that of employment? Were they able to get paid employment with reasonable time? What are the job search approaches employed? To what extent did the knowledge and skill they got from the courses they took really contribute to the success of graduates? To what extent is their job satisfaction, income, and job stability of graduates? And what is the perception of employers? These were some of the questions. In line with the research questions, we have the general objectives, of course, and the specific objectives as listed there. You can see it. For example, to investigate how graduates moved from the university into various workplaces, to find out the job search approach used, to identify the employment status of our graduates and the nature of work they engaged, and to what extent is the relationship between what they studied and what is there in the jobs, okay? Is there any relationship? What are the usefulness of the knowledge and the skills they got from the different courses they took and their contribution to the jobs, okay? These were some of the objectives of the study. Well, I tried, or the team has tried to look into some theoretical framework to conduct the study. You know, as long as we have effective teaching and learning environment, as long as we have good academic support system, okay? And as long as we have given our graduates such employability skills, such orientations, trainings, then definitely it results with graduates enhanced professional skill and as well personal skills, okay? But the question is, how do we see these things are productive, okay? To what extent our graduates are really professionally successful? There are two major indicators, objective indicators and subjective indicators. The objective indicators is the duration of the job hunt, the employment status. Are they really full-time workers or paid workers? Are they permanently hired or employed or not? With regard to the subjective indicators, satisfaction on the job, okay? Satisfaction on the job. To what extent is their income, their position assigned with respect to the field they studied? How effective were they with regard to the acquired knowledge and skills? Therefore, this is a theoretical framework to conduct the research. The research design and methodology, yes, most tracer studies are really descriptive researches, okay? Survey researches. Therefore, the design of the study was survey. mixed method designs. Both qualitative and quantitative informations were collected. Target population, all regular first degree program graduates of the university between 2016 and 2008 academic years. They were about 2,217. Employers about 100. And top managers, deans, departments, and offices of the universities, they have also contributed in providing the necessary information. Of course, we don't take that. We have used data sources, primary sources, graduates questionnaire, employers questionnaire, and interview guide for officials of the university. Secondary sources, as you see there in the slide, educational policies, standards, guidelines, operational manuals for career internship units, a degree from course catalogs, documents from HERCA, research study slides, and other relevant documents were treated. Well, now coming up to the sample subjects, of course, the sample subjects were selected using stratified and random sampling techniques. For example, about 62% were females engaged. Out of this, 52% of them have their bachelor degrees, whereas 9.3% have got their masters after graduation. With regard to males, 38% were included in the study. Among these, 33.9% have their bachelor degrees and 4.2%. Accidentally, the employer's number is the same. That is 36 females and 36 males were included in the study in providing the necessary information. When we look into graduates' field of studies and employment status, well, you can see it from the slide, the accounting students, they are 58%, marketing students about 16%, computer science students 12%, and it goes on like that. Now, when you look at the lower side of the slide, the total number of graduates employed are about 92.95% employed ones. Only 7.5% were unemployed among these groups, among the selected ones. Methods employed by graduates to identify vacancies. As you see, yes.
Mr. Daniel.
Yes, yes.
You have, as I see, quite a lot of slides.
Yes.
28 of them. And
Okay.
you are only left with 5 minutes. If you
Okay.
wish, consider that, number one. Number two, is it also possible for you to put it in a view mode?
Okay.
I have received several requests.
Okay. View mode?
Yeah, you just click the view mode on your screen there.
View mode.
No, the next one. Yep.
Yeah?
Yes.
Is that?
Okay. Yeah.
Well, the methods of identifying vacancies, as you see it, more have been using friends, they have used media, and they have used our offices as well, career internship unit of SMU. With regard to duration to get the first job after graduation, okay? You can see that about 38% of them have got their first job, okay, immediately after graduation. That is almost less than 1 month's time. About 39%, they have got it within 3 months' time. About 70.9%, they got it within less than, well, graduates' current position as to paid work, okay? Full-time paid works, about 84% of them have got full-time paid work. As you see it, self-employed ones are only 5.4%. Graduates' employment status. 84.9% are permanently employed. On contractual basis, 5.1%. Self-employed ones are 5.45%. Where do these employed graduates are working? Most of them are in privates. As you see, 62.8% are working in privates. And this has been confirmed by 88.9% of employers. The rest, about 29% in government offices. Now, what factors really contribute most to find jobs to the graduates? As we see it, areas of specialization. Then comes their personality, okay? Personality, 23.7%. Then comes the reputation of the university and cumulative GPA. Of course, similar number of graduates gave that response. Causes for graduates' unemployment. Okay, those who respond that way, you can see a few vacancies and opportunities. Inequality of jobs created to increase number of graduates. Inadequate experience in searching for a job and mismatch of educational qualification and that of position assigned by employers. These were the causes for them. Now, relation and usefulness of courses, as you see it, they are for 78% of the graduates, they stated it that there is such a relationship between the field of study and their jobs. The same is true to the knowledge and courses they have obtained. With regard to degree of satisfaction in one's current job, well, there, as you see it in the slide, the red ones, well, most of the graduates stated that they are satisfied with their jobs and they want as well to stay in the jobs. When we come to conclusions, being hired with a reasonable time interval and engagement in full-time paid jobs permanent and also employed most in private companies implies that private sectors trust us or they have developed trust on the professional capability of graduates, which designates the competitiveness of our graduates on one hand and the reliability of the university on the other. It could also be inferred that nowadays the expansion of bankers, insurance companies, industries, serving-giving firms, and the role played by the university, that is, the university has established a unit to work out on this, in creating job opportunities to graduates through its career and internship unit might have contributed better to SMU graduates to be employed in such a large scale. And this could be taken as indication of professional success. Largely, the knowledge and skill obtained from courses offered as it was approved by the graduates and as well as that of employers, that also has a good indication of professional success, okay? Whereas when we come across the number of self-employed graduates, it was very little. This may indicate that we are producing job seekers more than job creators, which of course need attention in the future. Generally, taking into account the major findings with respect to graduates' transition to employment, job hunting methods, duration for securing the first job, employment status, and relevance of knowledge and skills acquired to the jobs, well, St. Mary University graduates appear to be successful in the profession. Well, okay, we have
more than 15 minutes. I want you to conclude in the next 30 seconds.
Okay. Implication, well, the top managers and administrators are expected to create synergy among university communities to sustain its reputability, offering that is in offering quality education and producing professionally competent graduates in the field of study. Okay. Well,
okay.
My office.
I will stop you right here.
Okay.
But I think we got the gist of it. Thank you very much for the rich data. Okay. I'm sure this would be further elaborated and also published in a journal for you know, for our knowledge in terms of what we think of private higher education institutions. You have actually a remarkable figure in terms of employability, especially in the short period of time. So with that brief remark, I will now call upon.
Can I add one thing? Can I add one thing with regard to? Would you give me some time?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Well, before COVID, from July 2019 up to now, there is a disparity, okay? For example, within 9 months' time, 240 graduates before the outbreak of COVID, okay? But after COVID, the last 5 months, the number of graduates employed by our office, okay? By our office only is about 21. You can see the effect of COVID.
Okay. The conclusion is that COVID has actually impacted on the employability of graduates. Is that your point?
Yes, but this study was relatively done.
I will bring you to a conclusion now. We got to a point. I will call upon Prof. Jegede. Please, Mskana, put up his profile right there. But I don't know if he actually needs a lot of introduction. Prof. Jegede is an emeritus professor, and most importantly, he was actually the former Secretary General of the Association of African Universities. If you want to know who he is, you can read what he got here. In the meantime, Jegede, absolutely fantastic to see you after a while, and look forward to your presentation. You have 15 minutes. I will warn you, like others.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I really am happy. I want to get to my screen share now. Right. Right. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be part of this historic conference. Historic in the sense that I hope everybody can hear me. Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Okay. That's fine. I don't think you want to know anything about all this, so that's my coordinates, and the presentation is licensed under the Creative Commons, so you can use it as much as you want. So, like I started saying, I'm so pleased to be part of this new normal of a conference, of conferencing. We have been forced to do this way, and the 18th conference, which is the very first virtual of this, of the private higher education in Africa, is very historic for us. I'm grateful to the organizers, to St. Mary's, to AAU, and all others for making me part of this history. As a matter of fact, it makes us to ask some questions. We say we do open and distance learning, or many of us do. Then why do we have to miss face-to-face? Why do we have to get COVID to make us do exactly what we say we are trying to do to our students? So this is it. As has been said by the previous speaker, COVID is not the symptom. It is only exposing us to some of the things we have not been doing. So right now, I think everybody will agree with me that the future has come, and we must go along with it. This is fantastic, and I'm glad that we are doing that. Now, with distance education, it started very simply. Actually started in 1728, when Caleb got students and used distance education to teach shorthand. And then it evolved from correspondence to distance learning to online learning to technology enhanced to ODL to virtual learning. But in most of these things, particularly towards the last part, things were not done the way they should be done. For higher education, distance learning was first used at a university in 1892 in the US. The factors that shaped open and distance learning are very many, but I think I'll just mention one. The fact that there's a separation between the learner and the tutor or the institution. There is the use of technology. It helps to mediate instruction. And there is the one-on-one learning groups or tutorial groups, or there is a two-way communication between the teacher and the students. There are also guiding principles of ODL. Flexibility, there should be innovation, there should be partnership, there should be reliability, there should be security in whatever you're doing, particularly in the use of your technology, and citizen participation in learning communities. And that's why you now have a lot of conferencing systems, that allow you to talk to students, but it also, of course, we also have the learning management systems incorporating issues of participation by the learner. Again, many of you will know that we have used several delivery technologies in open and distance learning. Before, we had the chalk and talk, which is a technology. We had the print, we had telephone, cassettes were there. Nobody ever uses any cassettes now. In fact, the last time I was checking my cupboard and I saw an audio cassette, I said it should go into an archives. You don't find these things anymore. We've been moving. And now we went into CD-ROM, then computing, then multimedia, then e-learning, M-learning, and then open education resources and the social network. We have gone, but a lot of things have now come to the fore, which we have the COVID-19 to thank for. COVID-19, of course, we said it started last year, and the World Health Organization christened it to be COVID-19. It was said to have originated in China in last year, December. As of today, 27 million or plus million people have been infected and almost 900 people have died worldwide. The first COVID-19 case reported in Africa happened in Egypt on the 14th of February, 2020. Between February and now, Africa has had 1.5 million of its people infected, and we have lost in Africa at least 32 million people. The effects of COVID-19 are all about us. It has devastated all sectors of economy, business, travel, household. It has disrupted education, particularly the teaching and learning. According to the UNESCO data, 1.5 million students and youth across the planet are affected by school and university closures due to COVID. And the major part of it, which again needs researching, is that there have been learning loss, what they call learning loss. We lose a lot of learning, both in short and long term, when it is fully measured, it is colossal. And the effect on higher education is that online learning has generally taken place. It's now coming on to fore. There's online learning through recorded lectures and online forms. Some universities have even postponed learning and teaching until further notice, or due to lack of information technology infrastructure, or even lack of training in ICT for both students and teachers. And in many cases, you have a lot of divide. The digital divide is there, the information divide is there, the infrastructure divide is there between students in different places and all that. But what's the future of ODL as has been wrought on us by COVID-19? The new normal in ODL teaching and learning has arrived, as I've said. And in fact, that should have been the normal. But of course, people didn't want to do that for one reason or the other. We now call it the new normal. Well, whether you call it the new normal or whatever normal, this is the normality of the situation. And this is the norm. This is what is going to be happening. It has open and distance learning must from now be fully online. And I'm glad that our colleague from Turkey told us that almost all universities have now gone fully online. There's no more blended system or whatever you call it. It has to be fully online, whether it's examination or facilitation or lectures or whatever. And many people have turned to video conferencing, with Zoom being the most popular right now. I want to tell my colleagues, or at least advise them, that they should stop telling people that I'm teaching by Zoom or whatever it is. You are teaching by video conferencing. You are only using one of the very many video conference software. In this case, it is Zoom. It's like saying, and some people normally say, if you go back into history, when pens were coming to fore, there was one particular brand of a pen called Biro. And these days, when people want to ask you for a Biro, they say, when people want to ask you for a pen, they say, give me a Biro, which is wrong. And so we are almost applying the same thing to the video conferencing world. But anyway, there are several conferencing software that are available that people are using. It's only for Twitters that Zoom has come up, for several other reasons that Zoom has come, right up. There are, at least I can give you the 10 top video conferencing software that are available now. You have Zoom, you have Cisco WebEx meeting, you have Microsoft Teams, you have Skype, you have BlueJeans meetings, GoToMeetings, Google Hangouts, Meet, Jabber, JoinMe, and Uber conferencing. So there are so many of them, and I invite my friends to try as many as possible. Some of them are coming up. I'm aware of 2 new ones that have just come up in Africa and written by Africans for Africa. And I'm sure I don't want to publicize the selling for them. I don't want to be seen as being a marketing officer or anything, but there are some coming up for the African environment, which I think we take care of a lot of other issues that these ones don't have. But let's move on quickly. Having said that, what we now need to focus on is the open technologies for the 21st century. It's becoming inevitable. The use of emerging communication technology is inevitable for libraries, for whatever. And universities must now carve out niches for themselves. You must now have ODL universities that are either teaching universities or research universities, or in fact, specialized universities. We must produce graduates with broad-based knowledge for the emerging learning society. There is what we call the inevitability of instability in the use of technology for distance learning. It has to be IT or ICT must be our dress code. However, there will continue to be disruption in it. Teaching and learning will continue to be redefined. Learners will take increasing control of their learning. Technology always had a defining role in teaching and instruction. And I also need to say, technology is not the answer, it is not the message, it is only a medium. And most of us often think that technology is the whole thing, but what you are teaching is what is important. You are only looking for a medium to convey to the student that the students will learn more. I mean, it's just like what happened in the letters that were written in the Bible. I mean, letters were written to Ephesus, to people in Ephesus, to the Corinthians, to Galatians, to Thessalonians, to whatever. But we did not make the tablet the message. The letters were not the message. It is what was written in the message that we look at. And so we need to use it, use technology in that way in ODL. Technology has become very strategic. And you can see, I have shown how technology has evolved, but there's no time for us to look at that. When you see my paper, you see it. You can see categories of e-learning that have come up in several ways there. You have the tools and delivery, you have the courses, the informal, the blended, the community, the knowledge management, the network, the work-based learning, all that again in my paper where you need to see them. But you also have the open resources that have come up. There is the versatility and ubiquity of technology have combined with creativity and innovation, which has led us to what we now call the 6th generation, which is the open source model characterized by OER and MOOCs. But we also have the 7th generation of the use of technology, which anybody who wants to go into online learning or e-learning or virtual learning must look at. The 21st century social media, they are all there. And you can use them whichever way you want to convey your content. These are the emerging powers that we have, and there are so many, there are much more than this. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Flickr, Tumblr, whatever it is, you have them all over the place. But what are the challenges for the COVID era? there are patterns that we need to look at for e-learning and the use of technology. You don't just grab a technology, you don't just grab Zoom and say you must use it for, for teaching. Have your lecturers mastered it? Do they know what it is to teach by bite? Do they have all this structure? The e-learning must have a structure of the pedagogical, the technological, the evaluation, the management, the resource, the institutional, the ethical, the interface design. Does it have it? Have we used, there is the ID approach, instructional design approach for online learning, and it is called Webagogy. This thing has been on since 1991. How many of us have looked at it? It combines learning theories, instructional strategies, cognitive constructivism, epistemology, then it makes it together with the web-based communication. It gives you the hyperlinking, the associativity, and nonlinear structure. This is what brings you to the web-based communication that we use now. And we all need to do this, otherwise there will be no quality in whatever you are teaching. And we need to do that. So other challenges is keeping our focus about the objectives of teaching, the real needs of the masses.
You have 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. And we need to use the technology the way we must, that are supposed to be. So what is the future? And I'm finishing now. The future must make us pay serious attention to technology, learning communities, redefining instruction, and we must look at the 21st century world. What does the 21st century world require? Which way must we go in the 21st century? And we must understand who our 21st century learners are before we can begin to think of the technology to use and what to give them. We must again produce 21st century teachers. 80% of the teachers we have in Africa are not 21st century ready. So we have problem with that. So if you bring technology to them, you are only using digital solution for analog problems that we still have. They must synchronize. And finally, we are being told that by the year 2050, 70% of those studying by ODL will be between 18 and 25 years of age. So ODL is no more for older people. We now need to redefine it, rejig it, rewrite all our content and the curriculum. And to conclude, we must latch on to the knowledge-based economy in Africa. It is knowledge that sells. Knowledge is the commodity. No more oil or any other thing. We must be talking about transformation of this individual, transformation of leadership, of infrastructure, transformation of the society, transformation of the environment. That's what we require. And our technology for sustainability must look at the economic, the social, the governance, and the environment. And finally, there is cognitive conflicts that we must resolve. There is movement, everyday life world and the world of transformed learning. And people are having cognitive dissonance. Even learning, for example, learning Western science in a traditional classroom has got its own cognitive dissonance. We need to look at it. So there is cognitive conflicts arising from the understanding of between the social world and the world of learning in a COVID-19 or post-COVID era. There needs to be a new cognitive explanation or understanding of how people conceive e-learning. Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Jagede. I appreciate that. And now I will open up the floor for a Q&A. Let me check if there has been some questions. I have tried to monitor that. Right. I haven't seen any questions so far, unless I missed anything here. I think this is probably from the earlier questions. Do you think? I'm trying to find them. My question to still Emmanuel, that's the first, that's a question earlier. Let me just see. Okay. Right. The good thing is we don't have any questions for the three presenters here, but I would like then.
Can we ask them? Can they make comments? If there are no questions, can we have comments then?
Yes. In fact, I have a question for Islam. We talked about, I hope you're listening to me, Islam. You talked about, particular learning needs. As you know very well, our student population has diversified and diversifies massively. Not necessarily by way of gender, but all kind of things, academic, social, cultural, disability, you name it and you got it, right? So how is it then, how can we talk about particular learning needs in this massive diversity and increasingly diversifying system of what we call higher education? Just briefly, would you like to, to respond to that?
Well,
Michael.
I think, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So I think the way to address it is that we have to first put the learner at the center of the entire learning ecosystem. Right now, the learner is critical.
Exactly my question. I didn't want to interrupt you. Which student are we talking about? What is your typical student when you are talking about a student? We don't have a student anymore.
Well, it's the student for every course, the students that are inside that course. We have to understand what their needs are when they are coming to that course. What are their life goals? What are their personal aspirations? How do we make sure that the course really addresses what they need through their goal in employability?
This is the way I engage with the participants, so bear with me.
Sure.
So let me take a case. Listen,
sure.
Africa, probably in your case as well. We massified our higher education system. We don't have a class of 100 anymore. In some classes, we have 1,000 students. Even in South Africa here, there are colleagues who teach, a class of 500, 600. In fact, in one case, someone was telling me 1,000 students. So where is the student?
Where is the student? Well, I think first you have to think about, we always talk about the chronic challenge of education is quality. And if we talk about the quantity always, without making sure that the quality is intact, then I think we have to go back to the drawing board of, is the big numbers and the thousands, is it really yielding us the result we need for our societies? I would say that it's not. So we need to go back to the quality underlying issue and think about it that way first, before we get to the numbers.
Yeah, I don't want to dominate the space, but I still have issues because, Fatima was talking about 24 hours.
Yes.
When you have 500, 600 students, everyone dropping emails in the middle of the night and the whole day, and expect you to respond to that email as if you are sitting and waiting for that email, is yet another serious and even critical now challenge for the academic profession, and at the end, the quality of education as a whole. But listen, let's move on. If I see any hands, I will give a hand. Let me go back to what Jagade said. If people don't have any questions, they don't have to. They can make a comment. Please, if you have any comments, let's see here. I hear that Jagade has done a brilliant presentation, etc. I simply take that, and yes, everyone will receive the material. Don't worry about that. So I don't see any questions. Jagade, let me give you a chance because—
There is one, Prof.
Who is that?
One question. How does the transition go from face-to-face to e-learning? I saw one question.
So that is pretty much a very broad question for me. How does that, I mean, I wouldn't, whoever wants to actually respond to that in the discussions, please do so at the back of your mind. But let me bring the issue of, the issue Jagade raised, and Islam, and also Fatima. in terms of this emerging notion of trying to expand access and at the same time improving quality, and yet we are talking about the same academic, overworked, underpaid in most cases. I don't know what it is like in other places, but I know in most of Africa, I would say most of Africa, probably Asia as well. You know, so how can we navigate that? In fact, let me share this with you. You know, when everything was closed here in South Africa, we had probably the most rigorous approach in terms of tackling COVID. Closed everything, including liquor shops and you know, and other stuff. So the question here is, then we were requested as academics to make sure that, number one, we learn how to do things in the electronic era, and two, learn how to upload our stuff, and three, learn how to teach our students by first learning the software, all right? So I'm trying to compound the challenge. Here, the demand, what Fatima said, 24 hours, and everyone is talking about, yes, issues of quality, then we have to look after every student. How can we address these issues? Let me give a chance to Jekede, and then bounce it on Islam, and then Fatima. Hopefully Fatima is also listening. Jekede.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think you have addressed, or you have raised, a very fundamental question. And that has always been the case against, or for those who actually don't understand distance education, the philosophy of it, or those who are running distance education the wrong way. Because when you are doing that, you are talking, there are three things to be looking at: cost, quality, content. Once you start raising the cost, your quantity reduces, but somehow your quality might increase. But when you start increasing quantity, your cost might reduce, but your quality would decrease. So you must have to find a balance among these three, because distance education started with the notion of economies of scale. Make it large, make it cheap, and then you provide them with the quality. But now that we have all the wherewithal of technology, then we must do the first thing first, which we don't do. Particularly, I mean, I know of Africa, we don't do it. I mean, I also know of Asia, because I worked in Asia for 10 years. I worked in Australia for 10 years. When people just wake up one day and say, we must do online learning, we must do distance learning. But have you prepared for it? Have you prepared for it? Are your, just like you said, are your lecturers au fait with the technology? Do they even know the philosophy? Do your students know how to upload? Do they have even the technology with them? Do they have, for those that have got the mobile app, do you have the technology? That's the advantage of Zoom, is that Zoom has got a mobile app of it, and that's why others are doing it. So the first thing is to make sure that your infrastructure is there and ready, no lights blinking, nothing. The next is to teach the teachers. The teachers are the horrible one. If they don't know it, you are finished. So I agree with what you're saying, Chair. Who are our students? Who are learners? Perhaps these days, we should start first. Our teachers and lecturers must be the students, must be the learners to start with, before we go on to start talking to the people who are there. In fact, you will know, as I have found out, that many of our students know more than the current lecturers in the universities. Many of them.
Exactly. Let me put it to you, Professor Jekede. Your kids, I'm sure, operate your TV better than you are. So you can actually take that analogy further.
Exactly, exactly.
Mr. Zamanu raises an issue around the issues you just mentioned. I'll come back to Islam, to you and Fatima. Just want to emphasize the point here. But I would like to discuss this separately in terms of infrastructure. Holy moly there. Let's stop right there. Even in the most, civilized African country where I find myself here, we have what is called load shade, okay? So what I do, I actually have this gadget in case the power goes out and I have to depend on this. Meaning, we need to talk about infrastructure and so forth, but I don't want to lose this conversation. Let me go back straight to Islam, and then let me bring Fatima around these issues. Islam.
Yes, so Dr. Damtwe, I think we've been talking, Dr. Jegede and I have been talking about the what, but you are asking about the how. How do we actually do this? So I want to address the how. And the how is that we must take a very small, pilotable scale approach to see what models actually work on the ground in each institution. This whole approach of mass scaling right away is not actually how the most successful enterprises in the world have begun. Please remember, I'll use again crudely technology companies because we all are familiar. Apple, 2 people in a garage, $2,000. Google, 2 people in a Stanford University department. No infrastructure, no money, no nothing. That is how we must think about our own investment into a disruptive way of education. We cannot start with huge buildings and infrastructure and technology. We must first innovate an indigenous model of learning that speaks to our young, vibrant minds and hearts of our students. Once we see that one student is transformed, then you start scaling. Before you see that pilot success, do not touch that budget about infrastructure and buildings. First, make sure we transform that one heart and mind. And that's the one thing that we don't do. We go straight to massive scale up, and that's why we are only perpetuating the quantity that Dr. Jegede is referring to, if that makes sense.
Yep, you know, I'll pick up an issue with that one. Even when this idea of piloting, where to pilot, how to pilot, where the sample to pilot, all these issues are not just innocuous. They have a political dimension. They have a cultural context. Let me hold it there, and then Fatima, please.
Yes, I agree, Dr. Islam. There are challenges brought by the COVID-19 era, and we sometimes ignore some of the challenges. For example, the pressure on academics, the pressure on teachers.
Yeah.
First, we should recognize what problems are introduced by this era. What is the pressure on academics? I said before, yes, we are working 24 hours. Nobody asks me if I should sleep, I need sleep, or I need some private time. But they expect me to be on the screen for all meetings, for all student questions. This is a total picture of the academia today. With online courses, there are different problems, different challenges, difficulties that different groups of people live. Students are another group, There are 15% students in Turkey that cannot access to an internet. So what should we do? We should recognize what are the problems. But unfortunately, most of the time, this is not the problem this is not the point of the governments. Point of the institutions. Yeah. They try to improve maybe the curriculum, online course designs. Yes, we are focusing on online course designs now. This is for the students, of course, but we should recognize what students can reach our new designs. New technology. You see, yeah. we shouldn't cover the problems.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think let me bring up another issue here in terms of the emerging reality we find ourselves here. Now, issues of ethics, yes, online. In fact, that's what we are facing now. But let me bring in Ato Daniel here. He also spoke around the issues of quality And you know, he also mentioned, I just want to bring the conversation together as we are concluding, because we looked at these issues of, you know, access, expansion, delivery, even delivery at the time of COVID. And he did not really mention some of the aspects of the challenges they face in terms of infrastructure, in terms of delivery. I want to give him a brief space to reflect on that. So Daniel, I know you wanted to say some things, but this is the time for you to do so.
Okay. With regard to delivery, you know, during our office is doing how we can help our graduates to be employed, that is formal employment. This is one thing. And the other thing is how do we create an environment where graduates themselves produce their own jobs, okay? How do they create that? Therefore, most of the time, we are trying to develop their career experience. That is one thing. We try to organize job fair activities so that they can communicate with employers in person. Okay.
Okay. Exactly. Thank you. I want to bring this conversation here with the rest of the crowd of issues of employability. All right. It's not just about the issue of training and teaching, even quality education, but the issues of employability come to picture, as we've seen in this excellent presentation in data from St. Mary's University. You know, I was actually surprised by the high rate of employment in a short period of time from a private institution. Otherwise, in other places, even in the public institutions have serious challenges in terms of having the students employed on time. So this is, you know, just to go back again to the issues of technology. Mind you, I teach technology in higher education, so I have to be slightly cautious. Otherwise, I will, as an academic, continue to lecture to this distinguished group. So what I'm going to do, I will wrap it up in the next few minutes, and then we'll be breaking up for lunch or dinner, wherever you may find yourself, or breakfast for some I know from the US who will be joining us or already joined us. Is there any burning issue which either any of the presenters can reflect on? If Teshome is, okay, Jagede, is that, no, he's talking to someone else.
I have a response.
Yes,
I have a
Islam.
response to your earlier point.
Islam,
yes, so you said, how do we get, even if when we're trying this out, the idea of innovating indigenous models of this type of learning, you have to not do pilots generically where you just go to any institution. You have to find people like-minded like yourself very carefully. The quality input starts with that partner you go to. Are they as committed and passionate to doing it? Champions like yourself. You can only select those partners to try it out, who are willing to do it, who are ready to do it with you, are not looking for just getting paid or just doing it because they have to do it, because that's generally what happens in these types of undertakings. So you have to be extremely selective in the partner.
Thank you. There is a question to you, Jagede, but I want you to be brief. This is from Asnag H. My question is to you, Prof. Jagede. How can we address the transition from the traditional face-to-face learning to e-learning? What do you suggest and recommend? I know this, you can take the whole day to respond to this question, but would you like to be very precise and concise and just 3 bullet points? Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. Number 1, serendipity. Chance favors the prepared mind. Serendipity is that the chance favors the prepared mind. Once you prepare yourself psychologically, philosophically, and otherwise, every other thing will fall into place. But if you don't prepare yourself, even if you see the chance, you cannot take it. The second is to say you must train your people. You must train everybody. Get infrastructure first. Tell yourself why. You must tell us why you are transiting from face-to-face or blended to e-learning. Why are you doing it? When you understand why you are doing it, every other thing will follow. The third is get the students to understand what you are doing, the transformation, the changes, the disruption that is happening. Once you can look at all this, you're free. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jagede, for that. There is a question in terms of infrastructure. We have to recognize the indigenous infrastructure. I think what he meant is the state of affairs in terms of infrastructure before. You know, let me bring in a brief scenario here in this country. When everyone was pushing towards e-learning, there was a certain sector of society, including students, even academics, who resisted it because it raised an issue of equity. Because there are some village students who come from, I mean, not many students come from villages and places where they don't have access to the internet. So some say that this would create yet another social inequity and resisted it, okay? So even in the case where you provide the computer, provide the data, then here comes an issue of another issue, not technological, but social context comes into play. Another question here from Abebe. Dennis say, given what Fatima said, how is teaching a class of 1,000 students handled? Kind of unclear to me, considering quality and instructor-student contact. Well, I can simply tell you that if you can actually teach online over 1,000, face-to-face is just a matter of finding a space to do so. The question is in terms of assessment, etc. In the case of South Africa, they actually hire you what they call markers, teachers who actually mark the students' grades and so forth. So that is how we actually do it. These are, this your typical general course or module, which tends to attract such a large number of students. All right. I can't hear you if Jagade you are talking. You are on mute. Do you have? Anyway, let me give a chance to those people who have not spoken.
I'm unmuted. I have unmuted myself.
All right. Let me give a chance. Let me give a chance to individuals who have not spoken or have a question, or presenters who just want to make that last minute point before we conclude this session this morning, this afternoon, this evening.
Okay.
Anyway, let me give a chance to those people who have not said anything. Okay. All right. If I don't see any hands, I will.
I see Dr. Okwoli, something.
Okay, Mr. Okwoli, carry on. I don't see you, but carry on.
Dr. Peters.
Can you hear me?
Hello? We can't hear you.
Okay.
Please identify yourself.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Okwoli Peters.
From?
Nigeria.
Okay, carry on, doctor.
Thank you. My question goes to Professor Jegede, because I happened to be one of his students when he was a VC of National Open University of Nigeria. And we had issue with practical classes. Okay, then we're meeting in a session, but the online was not as good as it is now. And I'm happy he has actually nailed it on the head, the best way forward for online distance learning. And that's perfect. But my concern now is, what about practical students, students that offer science-based courses? How do we address that?
Thank you, doctor. We appreciate that. I think in for a couple of presentations, it was stated there are several approaches to do that. For example, simulation. In fact, in these days, you don't even need massive labs. I have seen a small gadget as small as this, which actually simulates a massive lab. So there are many ways to actually undertake that. Yes, we can't do everything. There are limitations, but technology is catching up. I will simply I don't even would like to open this conversation because you are already happy with that, Dr. Okowoli from Nigeria. Unless you want to talk to your former teacher.
I'll reach him in his office in Nigeria later.
Okay. Jegede, you
Yes,
just want to say hi to your former student and then goodbye.
Yeah, well, hi to you, and I'm glad that you've learned that. I mean, we can simulate. We don't need to have the laboratories.
No, we do it. I'm an IT specialist. I only
yeah, that's fine. Okay, now you know, and that's how we train pilots, by simulation to start with. Anyway, let me just react to this infrastructural problem.
Okay, sir.
Africans are so good at talking about problems rather than solving the problems. All we do is talk and talk and talk until the white man now brings the thing and says, this is it. Why is it, particularly in Africa, where we have, every day you have 80%, 90% sunshine? Why can't we say, you university, faculty of engineering, you must produce solar panels and your university must run on solar power. For free, we have the sun. What are we doing about it? For free, we have the sand. What are we doing about it? But the other point is this: 99% of our students all have mobile phones. They charge them. They are in the villages. Must we then be talking about notebook computers? Must we talk about whatever they need? Why can't we use mobile phones? I use only 10% of the power of my mobile phone. So all this, what I'm trying to say is that for every problem, there's a solution. The African does not look for it. He waits for the white man to bring the answer to him.
Okay, I don't know if I fully subscribe to that statement because you are in government yourself. You know very well how it functions or dysfunctions. So yes, we are yet to do a lot more and also address our issues. Listen, with that statement, I would like to bring this morning's, afternoons, wherever you may be, session to a close. Please come back sharp at in 30 minutes. I don't want to say which time. I don't know which time you all are. Exactly half an hour later. So we will be kicking off on the second session. And my friend and colleague from the US, Dr. Teshome, will take over. With that, thank you all very much for the wonderful presentation, the engagement, and the questions and the queries. And I look forward to engage with many of you. And we all have your contacts. We will be in touch. Thank you all very much. I am now handing it back to the super chairs in the Secretariat in Addis Ababa. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Damto. Would love to appreciate your kind service, and at the same time would love to say thank you to the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, the African Union, the International Network for Higher Education in Africa, University of KwaZulu-Natal, and the Program for Research on Private Higher Education, and finally the Ethiopian Airlines for assisting us in making sure that this session is running so smooth. We are 100+ in attendance. Let's the moment, the reminder of the session. As it has been said earlier,
we'll go straight to the reception, to the guest house.
Don't log out, stay online, and see you in 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Ghana.
Yes, we are to start.
Dan
I'm checking.
I think Dante Salto Emilio Sumasele.
Dante, no, Dante is another one. Dante is here already.
No, Kosuno Sumasele.
አይ አይደለም ሌላ ሁለት ናቸው ኪኖቱ ሌላ ነው እሱ ፕሬዘንተር ነው
መልኩ እሱ መስሎኝ ነው
ወንዶሰን just a minute አንዴ ፕሮፌሰር ዳምጦ አንድ ጊዜ ቆይ
እሺ ሁለት Dan Levy, I can see Dan here, but they are given the same name. Yes, now we see that. Ms. Ghana.
I think Ms. Ghana went off for a bit.
Yeah, Magdala, I think Dan is, I see him.
Yes, he is online. I can
He's
see
online,
him.
okay.
I think we can proceed.
Yeah, but we need a chair. Is a chair here? As a moderator. Professor Mba. Prof Mba, are you with us?
Yes, sir, boss. How are you, sir?
Yes, sir, boss. Boss, good day to you. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you, sir?
We are surviving.
We thank God. Okay, so Dr. Misgano, can we begin?
Could you give us a couple of minutes? Sorry.
Okay. All right. We are expected to have two presentations by distinguished academics, Professor Daniel Levy and Professor Dante Salto. And according to the program, the theme for this particular session is Higher Education Institutions' Response to COVID-19 Pandemic. It is my pleasure to moderate these important keynote speeches to be given by the distinguished academics. The first to speak is Professor Daniel Levy, and he'll be speaking on the topic COVID-19. He'll be speaking on the topic COVID-19, how much do the early impacts reflect major private-public differences in higher education? Professor Levy is a well-known person in higher education, especially private higher education. He doesn't need much introduction. Has his PhD in political science at University of North Carolina, and he is the distinguished professor at the State University of New York's highest rank. He directs the internationally renowned program for research on private higher education. Professor Levy has authored 10 books. He has edited 6 books and published abundant scholarly articles, peer-reviewed articles on state societal issues, emphasis including higher education and Latin America related issues. He has lectured at most leading United States universities. He has lectured and researched in 6 continents, and has been grantee and a consultant with international foundations, with development banks and academic agencies. His next book will be titled A World of Private Higher Education. So this will give you an idea of the type of presentation you will get. So I would like to, it's my pleasure and honor to invite Professor Levy to make his keynote address. Professor Levy, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that introduction, and I appreciate the opportunity finally to have been able to accept an invitation to the annual conference. It's proven impossible before, but this time we have a silver lining in the COVID cloud, and we're able to get together via Zoom. I appreciate the invitation, and I also appreciate the opportunity to have to get up at an hour of my time. Is the first time that I've ever gotten up before my granddaughter, who's sharing the house with us now. So I might start crying just to wake her up that way. I will address the topic as just presented, and I especially want to focus on whether or how private higher education globally might be an especially high risk higher education patient during COVID. The global perspective will mean that we're covering really a good deal of the broader question of COVID in higher education, because 1/3 of all higher education enrollment in the world is in private institutions. That's obviously a higher percentage than in Africa, but even in Africa, the figure may be approaching 20%, 1.5 million private enrollments out of 7.5 million by our data at Profi. And this represents tremendous growth, both in the overall size of higher education, but even within that, alongside the tremendous public growth and even faster private growth. So our topic of COVID in private higher education has a special importance both in Africa and globally. I would break down the major question into a couple of parts. One is a private-public comparison. How does private higher education compare to public higher education in COVID? And the second comparison would be private-private comparisons. How do different types of private higher education fare? So I would proceed in those two parts. And the overall thesis, as the title read would suggest, is that the COVID impacts and policies largely reflect deep underlying private-public configurations in particular countries. That is, from knowing something about the general setup of private and public, the size of each, the shape of each sector, whether the public sector is heavily centralized, as in some countries, or is more like in the United States, more decentralized and more of a state matter than a national matter. But particularly looking within the private sector at the different types of private institutions, that if we know a good deal of background information, we could make some pretty good predictions about the policies and impacts that we would see in COVID. Those, at least, are the preliminary findings of our group, where we did quite a few, again, preliminary case studies in July on COVID and private versus public. Since they're preliminary, and since the amount of time that the academic season was open before the COVID shutdown was short, we, of course, will track into the new semester in most countries and see if we get further confirmation that our general view of private and public reflects itself in COVID patterns. So we will look more in depth at some countries, and our group includes Professor Tamra, and his work on Ethiopia and Sub-Saharan Africa more generally informs some of our global picture. The last introductory word, I would say, before getting to the actual findings, is that we are trying to take a scholarly approach by linking the literature on private higher education to certain propositions, hypotheses, if you will, that we would expect might hold under conditions of a particular situation. In this case, of course, a crisis. But we try to take this scholarly approach rather than the more common approach to higher education and COVID, which is chronological, descriptive, generally a recitation of how heavy the problems are, and then maybe some policy suggestions about what to do. This is not directly a policy talk about what to do, and it tries to get beyond the descriptive to conceptualize and thus enable a deeper understanding as well as comparison across countries. In our case today, across countries in Africa, perhaps, and in general across regions. So Africa compared to other regions. I will add, however, that so far, we do not see anything that we would label a regional pattern in the private higher education response or impact to COVID. There is nothing that we found that's distinctive to Africa or distinctive to Latin America or distinctive to Asia. The background situation of each country does very much affect the patterns with COVID, but it could well be that there are aspects of private higher education in an African country that match up more closely with private higher education in a non-African country than would match up between two African countries. Of course, there are always the background variables, such as the general level of development of a region or continent or its political systems, but we find, as I say, a pretty close tracking between the underlying private-public configurations, private-private configurations of a country, and the COVID patterns that we see in at least a preliminary sense. So, two parts. First, going to the private versus public, and the question of how and how much do they differ from one another. And on all of the following so far confirmed propositions, we see on all of those I'm going to read right now, we see in general private as higher risk than public. Again, this is only the first half of two parts of the talk. We'll counter that in the second part, but in this first part, in a general comparison of private and public, we see a number of ways in which private has been predictably more vulnerable, more high risk. One, very importantly, is that COVID's economic effects on families and businesses have been more direct on private than public higher education. Of course, the impact on families and businesses has affected public as well, but in general, it's affected private more directly and more profoundly. And a second point would be related. It really gives the single largest example of this general impact, and that is that the burden in the COVID time can be especially threatening, even deadly, through private higher education's tuition, where students are attending public institutions that in the world do not charge tuition or charge very low tuition. The COVID impact on family income isn't in general as great as it is where families have to deal with private tuition. This especially holds as a first glimpse ahead to different kinds of private higher education, but it especially holds for what we often in the literature call demand absorbing higher education, private higher education, which simply means institutions that grow because the soaring demand for higher education is greater than the public sector or the existing private sector can or is willing to accommodate. So the demand absorbing portion of private higher education is generally the portion with the lowest status, the lowest legitimacy, and consequently the lowest ranking on in student choice. That is, it's for many students the option of last resort. They can't get into the public and they want some higher education, and so they wind up in a demand-absorbing private institution. In all these respects, status, legitimacy, student choice ranking, we see a basic private-public comparison as we do in Africa, that in general, public ranks higher than public, but we see this in an extremely sharp way when we look at the demand-absorbing part of private higher education. So they are most vulnerable. They would have the families that are least able to pay tuition, even if the tuition is somewhat lower at demand-absorbing institutions than some of the other private institutions. Another reason that private has been in general more vulnerable than public is, again, rather obvious if we think about it and underlying private-public patterns, that in general, the private sector gets much less government funding than the public sector does. In fact, in many countries of the world, the private sector gets no ongoing public funding. So this accentuates the point about tuition dependence and the vulnerability when parents have difficulty or students themselves have difficulty managing the tuition fees, that's not being offset by government regular ongoing subsidies, as it is at least partially offset in public institutions. Furthermore, another point is that if we switch for a moment from the ongoing regular subsidies that government gives to public more than private, we focus on government emergency assistance, because in higher education, as in other fields, government has often given emergency assistance to higher education. But first, it's generally given more per student to public than to private institutions on emergency assistance. And second, perhaps even more importantly, the emergency assistance to private tends to be of shorter duration. In other words, it's an earlier termination point, which again leaves much of the private sector rather helpless. So in those propositions about impacts on families and businesses, and especially through tuition, where many private higher education institutions are tuition dependent, where they don't have strong government alternatives, the private sector of higher education has been especially vulnerable. But now we turn to a second part, which at least to some degree ameliorates some of those sector versus sector generalizations. Yes?
Okay, I will thank you.
Am I being addressed?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. In these ways, this situation gets more complicated than just the sector versus sector analysis would indicate. And this is really the flip side or the opposite of the statement made that the demand-absorbing privates are the most vulnerable to COVID impacts. The flip side of that is that most of the other kinds of private higher education are less vulnerable. And some of them, in fact, are not only less vulnerable than other private types of higher education, but some of them have certain advantages over the public sector itself. So that, for example, one of the interesting findings we have in several countries is that as COVID greatly diminishes, the opportunity of students to study abroad in foreign countries, and when students choose or are forced to stay home, they may well choose private options that are what we could call elite or semi-elite options, sometimes religious institutions, but in short, the private institutions of the highest academic standing or reputation in one's own country. These institutions, of course, generally cost much more than the public institutions, so they face that tuition problem. But on the other hand, for those families that were going to be sending their sons and daughters overseas, or already had sent them overseas for higher education, the cost of studying locally, even in the rather expensive private institutions by domestic standards, may actually be quite manageable. And so certain private institutions of quality may stand to have a certain advantage, not only over demand-absorbing private institutions, but over at least the average, and in some cases, even some of the good, prestigious public universities. A second factor that can work to the advantage of some of those same private institutions is that in most countries, there is at least the portion of the private sector that is managed with a business management, professional business management, that is more efficient than that seen in public universities and in the public sector. It's more efficient, it's more flexible to react to external shocks, and although it may in many cases lack the resource robustness that some public universities have, some of these private universities have as much in resources as some of the public universities, and even where they are not as resource well off, they can more than compensate for that by their efficiency and their flexibility, less bound by government or standard system rules. And
also, sorry.
Yes.
Can you round up in 5 minutes, please? Because
it will be more like 2.
Okay, thank you.
So just as tuition was a very striking example on where private institutions are vulnerable, we have a particular example of where many private institutions have had an advantage over public institutions, and that is on flexibility to online delivery. This, of course, depends on what region of the world we're looking at and what country. Professor Salto may give us a particularly vivid example in Argentina, but in many cases, the better private institutions have been able to make a quicker transition to online delivery. Interestingly, even some of the demand-absorbing institutions in some countries, where they don't have such professional or innovative management, still have in some ways more flexibility administratively than public universities to adjust their budgets. This is sometimes a reflection of their underlying weaknesses. They have fewer full-time professors, and so they can cut back on their staff more easily than many public institutions have. The final 2 advantages that some private institutions may have is that just as public institutions benefit more from government finance, so it follows logically that when government budgets are impacted greatly by COVID overall, where governments can manage to give less to public higher education than they normally give in subsidies, this can have a more profound effect on the public universities than it necessarily has to on the private universities, which are less dependent on government budgets to begin with. And then finally, this one is somewhat paradoxical, but we have historic examples that would suggest the validity of this, where the public sector is negatively impacted, as from, for example, a cutback of government budgets. If the public sector is impacted, if the quality falls or is perceived to fall, or the status falls, or cuts in government budgets engender student protest or conflict or disorder at public universities, that sometimes indirectly can redound to the benefit of at least some of the better of the private universities. Sometimes, put it bluntly, some private universities are positioned to benefit from a degree of public pain. Not all the time, of course, and not that they're wishing for it, but just as a reality of what we see empirically in many countries. So that wraps up just our preliminary overview of both how private higher education has been more vulnerable than public in general, but also how it turns out that it's very dependent upon the type of private higher education that we look at. And then, of course, the national case details show a variation well beyond anything I could indicate in this talk. So I think we might get a little more of that detail in Professor Salto's talk. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Daniel Levy, Distinguished Professor of Education Policy and Leadership. Indeed, he has a feel of both worlds, working in public university and private university. So he has very rich experience in both sectors of higher education. Much appreciated, Professor Levy. I would like to invite the next speaker, and that is Professor Dante Salto, who is an assistant professor of higher education at the University of Wisconsin. He holds a PhD and MSc in education administration and policy studies with a concentration in higher education from the State University of New York at Albany. He studied in Argentina, and his research focuses on the study his research focuses on the study of higher education policy in a comparative and international perspective, mainly on issues at the intersection of quality assurance, regulation, and privatization. Professor Salto received the Presidential Distinguished Dissertation Award at the State University of New York in recognition of the quality of his doctoral research. He has received prestigious Fulbright and Organization of American States fellowships. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome Professor Dante Salto. They will be talking to us in accordance with the program that we have. Professor Salto will be talking to us on the topic excuse me. Yeah. So Professor Dante Salto will be talking to us on the impact of COVID-19 on private higher education in Argentina from a Latin American perspective. So Professor Salto, you have the floor. Please be mindful of time. You have about 15 minutes to give your presentation. Thank you very much, Professor Salto. You have the floor now.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to be part of the conference. Thank you for the organizers for putting all together the conference in online version. I know that it includes some hiccups sometimes with technology, but so far it's been really good. I will be talking today, and Professor Levy did a really good job at he's saving me some time of explaining some of the key global aspects of the impact of COVID-19 on private higher education. I'm going to focus more on the case of Argentina as part of what I would say a Latin American perspective, although I wouldn't say that there's a regional trend in terms of impact of COVID-19, but I think that there are certain aspects of private higher education in Latin America that are similar, and we can make some parallels between Argentina and Latin America in that way. So let me begin by saying that this is part of, my presentation is part of a larger project that has been recently released, has recently released a PROFI working paper, the program for research on private higher education. And this is the largest comparative and international endeavor to understand the impact of COVID on private higher education. And there you can see that we created in the network directed by Professor Levy with many scholars from different countries to get a sense of where each country was at in terms of policies and preliminary impacts, or at least some type of speculation about what was happening in each of those countries. So I invite all of you to access the PROFI website, where you can download the full working paper if you're interested in many of the points that Professor Levy made, and then in many of the cases that are highlighted here, as you can see, 15 of them. So let me talk about a bit, this is a conference in African private higher education, so I wanted to provide some background. It will be brief and quite basic, and I will be generalizing a lot, but I just wanted to provide you with some information that will be useful to understand the impact of COVID-19 on private higher education in Latin America. So first of all, I have to say that Latin America enrolls, the private higher education sector in Latin America enrolls 1 out of 2 students. So we are looking at a large private higher education sector that has reached 50% of enrollment share. And the bulk of the institutions, of private higher education institutions in Latin America are non-elite institutions. So we are looking into what Professor Levy was just mentioning related to demand absorbing institutions, product-oriented institutions. So we are looking at institutions that fulfill that access side of higher education in many of the Latin American countries. And as much as the bulk of institutions are on those categories, then enrollment also concentrates in those type of institutions. So the large majority of institutions are non-elite higher education, private higher education institutions. A small, but I would say quite consolidated number of institutions are what the literature would actually refer as semi-elite or elite, although elite in global private higher education would be limited to the US, to the UK, So these type of institutions in Latin America are usually the oldest private higher education institutions. They were established a few centuries ago, and there's a major overlap with identity type of institutions. So we're looking there, for example, at Catholic higher education, Catholic universities specifically. And there's something that, there's some variation among Latin American countries, but overall there's a tuition dependency in most private higher education in Latin America as well as worldwide. So although there are some similarities with Argentina, so there are also some important differences. The private higher education sector in Argentina is smaller than overall Latin America. It enrolls 1 out of 4 students in private higher education and 1 out of 5 students in private universities specifically. Private universities, as in overall Latin America, they depend on tuition. And in the case of Argentina, there's virtually no funding from the government. Only they receive competitive funding for research, and only a few private universities actually conduct research. Most of them are teaching-oriented universities. And they are in direct competition in Argentina with tuition-free public universities that are fully funded by the government. So the size of the private sector in Argentina actually is large if we consider the type of situation the type of competition that they have with free, tuition-free, and I would say open access public universities. And again, most of the institutions are non-elite with a few semi-elite exceptions, usually religious institutions, but also a couple of secular institutions that are relatively more recent, established in time. So this is like a really broad picture of private higher education, both in Latin America and Argentina. So you get an idea of the main size and what are the main characteristics and to some extent limitations of the private and the public sector. I'm going to skip this slide because this is mainly what Professor Levy already addressed as part of the propositions, as part of what has been some of the impact of COVID on private higher education. So I'm going to focus on the Argentine case. And something important to understand is that in Argentina, we cannot look at the effects of a pandemic, of a health crisis, without considering that Argentina was already facing an economic crisis and is still facing that economic crisis, even that it was aggravated by the pandemic. But high inflation was already a persistent issue for the last, I would say 5 to 8 years in Argentina. The same, so when I'm looking into the evidence related to impact, there will be also some overlap with the economic crisis. So the health crisis and the economic crisis. And one of the main points in comparison here is the importance of similarities and differences between the private and the public sector in terms of impact. And I have to say that one similarity is that all universities, private and public, they all switch online from the beginning. I would say like from the time that the government required, actually was compulsory lockdown of all non-essential activities, then universities had to switch online because they didn't have like another option. The only exception, but it's like a very relevant exception, was the largest and most prestigious public university in Argentina that enrolls about 300,000 students. Yes, 300,000 students. By far the largest higher education institution in Argentina, and one of the largest in Latin America as well, probably a bit worldwide as well. That'd be much of a claim that I cannot make, but it's probably one of the largest as well worldwide. They did not switch online because public universities have been reluctant to do so, because they think that online learning is inferior in quality, inherently inferior in quality than face-to-face type of instruction. The interesting part out of it is that private universities were able to switch easily to online because they were already, most of them, the demand absorbing types, were already catering to non-traditional students who could not attend classes full-time in public universities with a very strict timing. So, you know, it's like public universities tend to offer their classes in the morning, and people who work cannot do that. So private universities were already offering these alternatives to students who could not attend public institutions in the demand absorbing side. Then another important point is that private universities in Argentina specifically have more room to adapt to disruptive situations than public universities, because most of its staff, their staff, professors, everybody, they are all in contracts, and they renew usually annually or just by the course that they teach. So it's easier for them, it's easier for them to downsize than public universities, where most of the professors are actually public employees with stable stable positions. So something very interesting about this is that I'd say that tuition dependency affects private universities in a similar way than government dependency affects public universities. And this is important because, yes, private universities have been hit by COVID in terms of their tuition dependency, but also public universities, the only way to actually receive funding is from the government. They cannot charge tuition fees. And that has been actually one of the main drawbacks, because the government has also reduced the budget, not by reducing it by itself, but because of inflation. So it hasn't kept up with inflation that was already prevalent before the pandemic. And another important distinction is within the private sector. So what I would say is that semi-elite universities fare better than their non-elite counterparts. And this is not only speculation, but it's also, we already have some evidence in Argentina about this situation. And so the government in Argentina created a program that to pay salaries to the private sector. So they pay half of the salaries up to certain cap that the government has to the private sector. They call it businesses, but then universities that are not businesses, they are non-profit organizations, some of them have applied for that. So 11 out of the 64 private universities in Argentina requested loans to the government to pay the salaries due to financial hardship. And if we look into which institutions actually have applied for these loans, for this financial aid from the government, they are all on the demand absorbing side. So we don't see any semi-elite institution actually requesting this type of loans. We see those 11 are, I would say, within the lowest rank in higher education, in university education in Argentina. So this is quite interesting, already showing some evidence about which universities are faring worse than others, and are confirming our first speculations about that as well. Let me finish by saying that most of the propositions that we speculated based on research, on previous research, and also preliminary findings apply to Argentina, and the effects of COVID on private higher education. Some important aspects are important in terms of public-private differences, but also within the private sector, many of the distinctions are useful in explaining possible differential impacts within the private higher education sector. Thank you for your attention, and I'll leave this with you.
Thank you, Professor Soto. Much appreciated. We are happy to have you, and thank you for giving us an insight into what is happening in Argentina with respect to the higher education system. In my opinion, the presentation given by Professor Soto closely aligns with what we have in most of our developing world, although differences may exist here and there. You see, because we are developing, we share certain characteristics. In our part of the world, the difference between public universities and private ones is very clear, not only in terms of public funding, but also in terms of the enrollment patterns. So many of our universities have overwhelming number of students population with the public ones. As Professor Soto mentioned, the prestigious public university in Argentina has a student population of about 300,000, you see. In Ghana, for example, our public universities have student population in the neighborhood of 60,000, 70,000, and so on. In Nigeria, it is even higher, and so on and so forth. However, we also know that while in America, the best, or should I say, some of the best universities are the private ones. We cannot say that with certainty in our part of the world. But many of our private universities are doing fantastically well. They are doing very, very well. In Nigeria, for example, universities such as Covenant University, Landmark University, American University of Nigeria, they are privately owned, but they rank very highly. Similarly, in Southern Africa, you have Boto University that is based in Lesotho and Botswana. You have University of Grand Bassam based in Ivory Coast. You also have Ashesi University based in Ghana. These are doing very, and other places in Africa. But they are, should I say, they are the exception, not the rule. You see, we want a situation whereby private ones can match boot for boot, as it were, with the public ones. But we may get there in the coming decades if things continue. Okay, having said that, I would like to open the floor for maybe 5 to 10 minutes intervention from the participants. If anybody has a burning issue to raise, a question to pose, or want some clarification from the presenters, I would like to give 5 to 10 minutes for that before we can now close this session. If anybody has anything to say, please indicate by raising up your hand. I do not see any hand. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, join me to thank the two presenters, Professor Levy and Professor Soto, for enlightening our eyes and helping us to understand the various ramifications of the public-private differences in educational provision. So we want to thank you for your presentation, and I think the papers will be shared for people to also refer to in the course of their research and other engagements. On this note, I'd like to yield to the organizer, Dr. Misgano, and also to the next moderator, Professor Teshome. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Mba. It was a well-led session and an insightful presentation by both the presenters. Next up on our agenda is a wrap-up session, and it is going to be led by Dr. Teshome Izenga. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. Good afternoon, everybody. I think we are on our last leg of the conference today. And this session, the first part of the session will be a reflection on the day. That is, I will invite, it's more like a round table where I will invite some distinguished members of the participants to respond to some key questions, lead questions. But first of all, I would like to thank St. Mary's University for running such a glitchless virtual conference. It doesn't seem that it was the first time that they organized such a conference. It seems they have years and years of experience, and that's really an excellent experience today. So today, the conference has covered several themes and topics. And through the excellent presentations, the speakers have shared with us a number of lessons and practices that have worked in response to COVID-19. But I think most of the lessons could also be extrapolated to other types of crises and challenges that higher education institutions are facing and will definitely face in the future. It would be important to capture some of these lessons and reflect on the day to help synthesize learning from these presentations and help government, higher education institutions, and partners to capture this information, these lessons, so that we can be better prepared for similar crises in the future. We don't want to have another round of pandemic, but we'll definitely face other kinds of challenges. And I think it is very important that higher education institutions and systems be prepared for those kinds of challenges and crises. I have some lead questions, but let me start with me saying something about issues related to governance and leadership. As I have indicated in my presentation, governance leadership is critical for the success of higher education in general. I'm including systems, that is ministries, governing boards, bodies, other entities that are supporting higher education in countries and nations, as well as the higher education institutions themselves, in terms of responding to crises such as the COVID-19, and particularly enabling and empowering institutions to be at the forefront of innovation and development. So it is very important that we look into the efficacy and competency, professionalism of governance and leadership structures in our countries. Because having competent and proactive and transformative leaders at all levels. So we are talking about ministries, governing bodies, support entities, as well as different levels at higher education institutions. this competence and kind of leadership is very critical to make higher education institutions effective and mobilize their community to a cause for positive change and transformation. Collaborations between ministries, government, higher education institutions, and partners should also be promoted. We have heard a number of presenters talking about the relationships that have been garnered between government, research institutions, higher education institutions, as well as partners in addressing the COVID-19 pandemic, but also potentially other challenges in the future. So these type of relationships and collaborations should be strengthened. And I think one thing that we didn't talk that much about, but which is implicitly talked about, is the importance of strengthened internationalization and global engagement of higher education systems and higher education institutions. I think His Excellency Professor Afwerki was mentioning that. Her Excellency Professor Sarah Agibo has also mentioned that. The African Union is leading on the effort of exchange of ideas, exchange of expertise, and lessons across African countries. But there are also other ways by which higher education institutions, higher education systems in Africa could collaborate and partner with universities and research organizations or institutes in the North, Europe, Australia, Asia, America, to improve systems and institutions and in Africa. So we have Professor Damto, Professor Mba, Professor Levy, and Dr. Solomon Binor from Moshe, who are selected to be part of this roundtable discussion. I would invite participants to send questions, if you have one, through the chat. And whenever I see some questions there, I'll pick that up and address it to one of the roundtable participants. So the first question, maybe I'll direct it to Professor Mba. I want everybody to respond to this in brief. We have seen that teaching and learning has been impacted in higher education institutions all over the world. So Professor Mba, if you can say something about what we learned in terms of managing this crisis in the area of teaching and learning, and what would be the future of these new realities for higher education institutions and higher education systems in Africa. I have a number of questions. I will direct issues related to research innovation to Professor Damto as a second question, about community engagement to Professor Levy, and about collaboration between government and higher education institutions to Dr. Solomon. But let me start with Professor Mba. Professor Mba?
Thank you very much, Professor Teshome. Much appreciated. I think my boss, Professor Hille, during his opening remarks, mentioned that one of the things that AAU did at the commencement of this crisis was to administer some questionnaire to do a survey of African universities to find out how they are coping with the crisis, or what their challenges were. And the findings, he mentioned some of them, what their challenges were. Okay, so from what has happened and for what we have done so far, we feel that the experiences of COVID-19 have brought into a sharp focus the need for Africa to build a mature digital learning ecosystem. See, COVID-19 brings to the fore the need for our universities to build a resilient infrastructure, both physical and human, which can support digital learning and or blended learning that can withstand future related shocks. So in response to a question on the support that they expect during this period of COVID-19 following the survey. University mentioned online structural instructional design support, digital content creation, human resources for e-learning, support for access to learning devices, training of staff on online teaching and preparing on modules, provision of e-learning, infrastructural facilities, support to connect to the learning management systems, and assistance with online learning strategies, methods, and resources. So this is what we think should be done, because our stakeholders feel that this is the way to go. And our work is to support African higher education institutions in their core function. So our interventions in that term has been along these lines, you see, as have been mentioned. So what we think we should do is to, build a mature digital learning ecosystem for Africa, higher education. We know, even if COVID-19 goes away today, the need to transition from face-to-face to online delivery of your training and learning cannot be overemphasized. So we advocate for blended learning. You see, this crisis has made it very, very imperative that it's not only traditional mortar and brick mode of teaching, face-to-face teaching. We should also consider online method of delivery. So that is the little I can say for now.
Thank you very much, Professor Mba. I think you're mentioning the challenge in terms of technological challenges to make virtual delivery meet expected standards, and inequity in terms of technology and availability of internet, as well as gadgets and equipment. Those are challenges that we are going to face going forward. Is there anyone from the roundtable who would like to chime in terms of how higher education institutions and systems should address this technological challenge, and probably even address the issue of whether or not the Senate legislations would be an impediment unless they are revised or improved? Anybody from either Professor Dam or Professor Levy?
Can I finish?
I'll come back to you, Dr. Mba.
I wanted to add to what you said.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so we advocate building capacities of university faculty and students for improved quality of digital learning across universities in Africa. We advocate building capacities and facilitating process of digitization of learning content for smooth transitioning to digital learning across African universities. We also advocate supporting universities to develop robust institutional and policy frameworks to support digital learning, and then to scale up infrastructure to support digital learning among universities with a focus on regional research and education networks. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody from the roundtable? No?
I think if I have to here, Mr. Chair. Okay.
Go ahead, Professor Damto.
Yes. So I think let me try to bring the issue of building this so-called matured digital learning environment to actually provide blended learning. In fact, I'll go back to what you just said earlier and trying to capture the critical issues. For me, it is important to actually look at the interface. The interface for me between the multiple entities, in this case stated here, the government, institutions, and stakeholders. We talk about infrastructure, for example, as a key element to deliver in what we just talked about in terms of digitization, okay? But it's a package in there. What do you mean by infrastructure? There are all kinds of issues embedded in there, in terms of what we are requesting governments to do. And sometimes it is not just simply by providing internet, but as we discussed this earlier this morning, the question is far and beyond the technical aspects of things, the infrastructure and all that. So all the issues of building digital learning facilities requires quite an intensive and extensive engagement. In fact, we also talked earlier this morning about the overworked, underpaid academic in all this exercise, which we barely mentioned in this conversation, but which is largely dominated by the infrastructure and the equipment and the facilities. I just want to simply hit it right there to say that when we are looking at these issues of techniques and digitalization and infrastructure, we have to also look at the human element in there, which is the academic. And that also need to be addressed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Professor Damto. Anybody else want to chime in on this topic of technology and new realities in terms of teaching and learning?
Dan, his hand is up. Dan.
Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you. Well, related to the technology, but addressing more widely some of these points in the wrap-up session so far, we would be very excited over the idea of you're conducting a survey with institutions to ask specific questions about what they're doing, and perhaps we could even cooperate on that and try to direct some of the questions to the preliminary findings that we have from Africa, but also other parts of the world. So for example, Professor Salto's finding in Argentina that where government has made funds available for ailing businesses, that that turns out, maybe without government, to be a way that some of the non-elite institutions have been able to access funds. So it might be possible in a survey to ask some specific questions about what is happening at different types of private institutions and what is not happening there. I think that the more a survey or all discussions can be focused on different types of private higher education, the better, because obviously the types vary so much within countries. And I know in my own talk, I neglected the difference even within the non-elite between the more serious job-oriented private institutions and the demand-absorbing ones. The job-oriented institutions are generally like some of the more elite institutions in professional management and have, for example, in technology and in hybrid and virtual offerings, have had considerable success. So we could ask about what they're doing. I'm moved by the last remark to speculate that in some ways, a future Damtu that might involve more blending of hybrid and virtual options might in some countries accrue to an advantage for those agile, professionally managed private institutions, because an overall reduction of cost to student by the online or hybrid delivery mode would lessen, not remove, but lessen one of the general handicaps that private institutions face vis-a-vis public institutions, which is that privates have to charge tuition. But if overall costs can be lowered through efficiency, we hope with quality assurance built in, but however that happens, that might be an opportunity for private institutions, but especially certain kinds of private institutions. So my last thought on that would be that I'm, in general, very wary of recommendations about what all private institutions should do in the circumstance, and that I think if we have more discriminating ideas about what's within the capacity and what would serve the interests of different types of private institutions, that we might have a more realistic handle on things, because inevitably most of the great majority of the private institutions in Africa and the world over will continue to be non-elite, non-distinguished institutions, and yet they can play very important roles in both access and in mobility for students and the job market, and sometimes with certain advantages over the public institutions. And if we get back, if you choose those of you who are organizers of the conference and of the general contact among the private higher education institutions, engage in some sort of survey to ascertain more, then we would hope, perhaps through Professor Tomrat, to see if Profi might be able to be involved in that in some way. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Levy. That's very important intervention. As a follow-up to what you said and what Damto and Professor Mba have also said, are there any lessons in terms of engaging students, preparing them for the new modality, and showing them the type of support that are available? I'm asking generally about students, but you can, if you wish, limit it to students in private higher education institutions, Professor Levy. And then I'll give the chance to Professor Damto to say something.
Yeah, I mean, I would, whenever matters get to things technological, I'm pretty weak in responding, and I usually turn to the younger generation to provide answers. But I would just say that I do think that that's an excellent example of where some of the private institutions, particularly these job-oriented, seriously managed ones, and of course, some of the elite and religious institutions, have shown advantages over many of the public institutions, in that some were already preparing their students for the new age and were therefore already at an advantage, and then accelerated it by being able to react more quickly to external shocks than some of the public ones. So maybe that can be an advantage that some private institutions can try to maximize going into the future. But otherwise, I'd leave it to my younger colleagues.
Okay, the younger Professor Damto.
Yeah, thank you for that recognition. I mean, I just want to actually stress here, we talk about critical issues for these stakeholders within the context in which we are discussing this issue of private higher education. Still, in many countries, the private higher education institutions are they have a love-hate relationship, but things are slowly changing for the better. And I think it's important to emphasize that the failure of these institutions, and many are struggling. In fact, from our readings, and we know, I don't know, many of you probably know, we do this African higher education news both in English and French every month, and we actually do that work. We actually see that private institutions are suffering. I think it is important to clearly articulate the key role of private and higher education institutions as a key, as a need-absorbing institutions, where their failure has massive implications for governments and have consequences for nations. So I think it's given that, you know, where we find ourselves, and given that these institutions are playing key roles in ensuring that you are actually, you know, their failure means you would have undertrained, untrained, massive citizens with huge implications for nations. It is important that post-COVID, their failures should not be tolerated. And the kind of argument we make is that, you know, because still people think, well, largely in Africa, well, of course, Africa is a big continent, I have to qualify that. In many African countries, these institutions are so-called private. So when this comes into play, you know, it's very difficult for governments to actually push some resources to those institutions, because of the narrative that happens behind, in terms of these are private institutions, as if they are not actually not contributing towards the social, economic, and cultural development of nations. So it is really important as we are moving forward and as this institution is struggling to underscore the importance of institutions in nation building. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Professor Damto. Do we have Dr. Solomon Binor? Dr. Solomon?
Yes, I'm online.
All right, excellent. I'm going to ask you a question. Apologies if I'm throwing this at you. I think based on the discussions, maybe if you can share some experience from Ethiopia in terms of, one, what has been the lesson in terms of improving the reluctance, both by higher education leaders, teaching staff, as well as students and government, to move towards virtual or online or blended mode of teaching and learning, if you can comment on that. And also, following Professor Damto's intervention there, what will be government's role in terms of supporting private higher education institutions, not only in terms of infrastructure, but also other kinds of support? Dr. Solomon.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Good morning and good afternoon to all. And as we all know, COVID initially was a challenge, and Ethiopia is not an exception. It has a due impact in our higher education institutions, but as time's gone, we learned that COVID was an opportunity whereby we learned a lot from our higher education institutions, whereby instructors as well as students played a great role in research and innovation, as well as in community services. So utilizing the higher education resources, be it in human infrastructure, finance, as well as be it in a skill and knowledge hub, there is a lot that we can do. And of course, a lot we learned from higher education institutions. Particularly in the Ethiopian context, I think what we did was Moshe, the Ministry of Science and Education, the leading organization or ministry in charge of not only leading the TVET and universities, but also in coordinating science. We played a great role in coordination of government organizations, both science and research organizations, both in public and private. And with that, we have came up with a very good direction whereby we also provided policy direction for the government. So with that means, and hence it is pivotal, particularly when we come to higher education, because of its facilities and availability of skilled human resources. And what we learned from the COVID is that, of course, the education and research has been interrupted, although it has been slowly strengthened. There is a chance of, I think, thinking or strengthening the infrastructure, particularly for the ICT, so that we could also strengthen online education. But the fact is that it requires a huge investment in terms of infrastructure. So as COVID is pandemic, however, learning from its experience, I think we could think of how we should guide our education system in the future, so that the traditional way of teaching face-to-face learning has also to be replaced with online technology. And hence we have to get prepared for also for other pandemics or endemic diseases. When I come to the role of the government in coordinating, I think, various organizations, that's what I've said earlier. But coming to the policy from the policy for education or research, I think in Africa we could learn a lot. And considering Africa at the hub of for indigenous knowledge and technology, as well as a source of genetic resource, I think there is a lot that higher education institutions should be engaged in utilizing our own resources and hence contribute our part towards the pandemic. So coming to your questions, I think the online technology
I can't hear you, Dr. Solomon.
Our online teaching technologies and utilizing the untapped diaspora resources, particularly for Africa, is I think the crucial role, apart from the huge investment from the government side. But I should be honest and say that the engagement or partnership between public and private universities in our country context is not as per the expectation. And with that, I think we would be able to provide what's expected from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Solomon. Maybe let me bring back Professor Mba to give us maybe continent-wise content across the continent, what the experience is in terms of public-private partnerships, in terms of building capacities, not just in terms of infrastructure, but also sharing experiences from country to country, university to university. Professor Mba, do you have any thoughts on that?
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Teshome. Yeah, so we, as you know, AAU stands for African Universities, higher education institutions across Africa, whether they are private or public. We are partnering with St. Mary's, who is a private university, to hold this event. And at another time, we partner with public universities to hold various events. So we are there for higher education institutions. And so we support collaboration between and among these institutions. We do not discriminate in terms of whether they are coming from private or public institutions, since, they are providing the needed human resource base for the economy of all our countries. You see, if you take a country like Botswana or Lesotho, perhaps because of their numbers also, they make allocation to private institutions. They send certain number of their nationals to be trained by private universities, and they pay for their tuition and their upkeep to these institutions, even though these institutions are privately owned. You see, this is a model that have been working and helping these private universities in that part of the world. But it is not universally applicable. In our part of the world, in West Africa, such a thing does not exist. You see, but it's something that can help some of these private universities to survive. In Ghana, for example, there is this public-private partnerships in educational provision that is, should I say, commendable on one hand, but on the other hand, some see it as controversial and should be scrapped. All private universities should be mentored by public ones for a period of 10 years, at least, so that after 10 years, when you're able to stand on your own, then you can now be a full-fledged university. And that is why they are called university colleges at inception. When they receive their charter, when they are accredited, they become university colleges. After 10 years and having met the criteria required by the government, they are now called private universities. Okay, so many of them are transitioning now to private universities after spending minimum of 10 years or thereabout, being mentored by the public ones. So there is this collaboration between the public and private one. But on the other hand, they are complaining also that they are paying huge sums of money to their public brothers, and they want to stand alone. In Nigeria, it is not so. public ones are established like private ones, you see. So they are saying that they should be given the free hand to start from the scratch, because one of the arguments also is that even the private one, if government wants to establish a new public university, it starts from scratch and it is given charter and everything, you see. So why can't they do the same for private ones? So that debate is ongoing now. And coincidentally, the Minister of State for Higher Education used to be a vice chancellor of a privately owned university. And so maybe that policy, may change, we don't know, but that is what is happening now. But just to say that universities, whether public or private, work together, and they meet, they collaborate, and they network among themselves. We had webinars bringing public and private universities together to share experiences in terms of keeping their doors open in this time of COVID-19. And many of them were able to share ideas, and many of them were able to collaborate and learn from one another. So we bring them together, we support their collaboration, and private and public ones are always working together for social and economic development of Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mba. I think in terms of teaching and learning, Professor Damto, are you raising your hand?
I think probably I just want to continue along the lines you kind of like assigned the question. Let me try to bring it together along this conversation in terms of, we talked about collaboration.
No, we haven't talked about collaboration yet. I know Dr. Solomon has inserted it in there, but I haven't started that. I'm still on question 1 and 2, by the way. So if you don't mind, let me ask one question and then I will proceed to the next question. I was going to say, sorry, Professor Damto. I was saying, I think in terms of teaching and learning, and the new reality being that governments as well as higher education institutions now being on board for online learning, which was typically referred to as distance learning or what have you. And there was a lot of resistance by many governments to acknowledge the importance of distance education because of quality issues, definitely. But now it's becoming really front and center in terms of responding to COVID-19, but going forward, I think it will be cost effective as long as there are some evaluation mechanisms and also standard mechanisms put in place. So I want to ask any one of you, if you want to say a few words about, I haven't heard that much in terms of how we have engaged students when we are changing into this online as well as blended mechanism, and how much we have engaged university leaders and managers in terms of standards and legislations and what have you. Professor Damto, if you want to take the lead on this, please.
No, I pass.
Okay. Anybody?
Would you like to unpack the question for me? Because the reason why I wanted to pass it is because I don't want to just rumble around without actually getting the gist of the question, that's why.
Okay, there are two questions. One is, what is the lesson in terms of engaging students? That's the first one. The second one is, are we prepared to maintain quality and improve quality of online learning or blended learning, which is also called distance learning? So that relates also to Senate legislation.
Thank you. I think two things come into picture when it comes to this online learning, distance learning, remote learning. Now the terminology is expanding. I think two issues. Number one, issues of quality and cheating. So these are the two issues that are now hovering around the higher education space. because one, it's very difficult to tell about the quality. And number two, and issues of cheating. Even in the good days of face-to-face learning, in the world we live in, that has become a serious issue. To talk about the student experience, even in fact, by the way, as I said earlier, I teach technology in higher education, so I just want to be as short as possible in terms of what this means for students. Well, one thing, an important one, the students tend to be much more advanced in their skills in managing, manipulating technology. So that actually creates some, what is it called, unhealthy tension in terms of where the academics are vis-a-vis where the students are, number one. Number two, in terms of delivery, that is also one key aspect. There are all kinds of issues embedded in there. One, technology. Two, the content of the material itself. Three, delivery. So all these issues have manifestations on the students as much as they do on the teachers. So the implications on the students far and beyond the issue of infrastructure has also, in the case of South Africa, for example, home is not made for school environment. Even for us, academics who probably tend to have a better, accommodation, it's not always easy. So for many students, I can say most students in Africa, even if you provide those facilities, the home is not a place for a study. So that has huge implication for students. Number three, I can say, it has also massive implications on them emotionally. And that we are yet to study, by the way, the implications and impact of this COVID-19 on our students. We may probably need, lots of studies which we have to undertake. So these are all the things which we have to take into account when we are, if we are actually going, to online teaching, full time. So these are the things I just wanted to share, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Professor Damto. I think throughout the day, we were talking about the COVID pandemic as a challenge, but we're also clearly stating that it has been an opportunity for higher education as well. And transitioning to research and innovation, I think that's one of the areas where we could capitalize on the challenge and turn it into opportunity, engaging the faculty and also promoting partnership with external entities, particularly research institutions. So let me come first to Dr. Solomon from Moshe. If you have any experience to share with us in terms of lessons learned the last few months in mobilizing the higher education community in Ethiopia to do more research, innovation, to address the challenge, but also turning it into an opportunity. I know, for example, that Ethiopia is now going to produce testing kits that could potentially serve the whole continent somehow, or the region at least. So are there some experiences in terms of research and innovation that have been generated, mobilized because of the COVID pandemic? Dr. Solomon.
Thank you very much. Yes, true. As I have tried to say it a little with my earlier speech, when it comes to the Ethiopian context, I think by the time the pandemic was issued in our country, what we did was, I think, almost all universities were closed, and hence the challenge became both on education and research. But through time, I think slowly with the leadership of the Ministry of Science and Education, and with a closer consultation with the government, I think universities were decided to be used as a hub for quarantine services and also testing centers. With that, we came up to understand universities played a great role in mitigating the pandemic in Ethiopia. But most importantly, what we saw and what I witnessed is that universities or higher education institutes became the best place for testing centers. As we know, most of the pandemic were examined both serologically or at molecular level. The capacities that we had in the country were very minimal. Most of them were carried out by the Ethiopian Public Health Research Institute, which is under Ministry of Health. And hence, the huge resource, be it in human infrastructure or equipment that's available in universities, were found to be a very good opportunity to be engaged and expand the testing center apart from EPHI to other university centers. What I would say is that most of the universities which had life science laboratories and chemistry related or biological related laboratories were not active, but because of COVID, everything became an opportunity. And I could say more than 75% of the testing centers in Ethiopia became from universities. So COVID was an opportunity in our country context where we were aggressively engaged in the already available life science laboratories, as well as opened new testing centers in various universities. And hence the everyday update on COVID-19 in our country is, I think, I could say mainly led by universities. So there is a very was made possible because of the Ministry of Science and Education, whereby we only did not direct or oversee universities, but also we also engaged various research and science organizations. With that, I think we were able to work very closely with all public and private organizations engaged in science and research. We had also a very good engagement with the diaspora community, where they played a great role in providing resources, also in providing technical capabilities or backups, and also even in providing some facilities for our universities. So universities were not only the Center for Research and Innovation, but also they excel beyond production of pilot products. They were able to produce fabric products, whereby they provide for the public community and even for the government. Mass production has been carried out, for example, in a complete for face shield, apart from face mask. And there are a lot we learned both from the students and instructors that products were able to be made and circulated to the public. And you are right, there are several products produced and of course provided to the government. And the other thing which I would like to add is that Moshe has been a crucial instrument in engaging other partners, also organizations, and hence with regard to that, our universities, I think, would be a very good place now for any activity with regard to pandemic activities. And we were even made to possible that because of our engagement or closer collaboration with the diaspora community, the government, as well as other non-governmental organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Solomon. I was hoping that I had until 3:30 for this discussion, but it seems we have to wrap up this discussion, this roundtable now. I apologize for everybody who have sent some questions through the chat, and we haven't been able to address everything, but I think this is the start of the conversation and the dialogue, and it will continue, I'm hoping. And I would like to thank the roundtable participants, Professor Mba, Professor Levy, Professor Damto, and Dr. Solomon. Thank you very much for your insightful contribution to the discussion, and I'm sure this discussion will continue. There are many other questions that we all have going forward, and we'll try to communicate off line and try to understand what the experiences and lessons are in terms of different thematic areas. So now, according to the program, I will go to, I would like to invite Professor Mba to take the vote of thanks. Professor Mba.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Teshome. In line with our tradition, It's now time for us to thank all those who have participated in one way or the other, and for that matter, contributed to making this particular conference a success. I would like to thank His Excellency Professor Afewerki Kasu, the State Minister, Minister of Science and Higher Education of Ethiopia, for finding time to be with us in this August occasion. We want to thank Her Excellency Professor Sarah Agbo, the Commissioner for Human Resources, Science and Technology of the African Union Commission, for her insightful presentation and academic intervention, even though she's occupying a political post. We want to thank her for her interest in supporting higher education on the continent. We appreciate her commitment and dedication. We want to thank also Mr. Solomon Debebe, the Managing Director of Ethiopian Aviation Academy, Ethiopian Airlines Ethiopia, who made a very important statement at the opening ceremony that makes all of us in Africa very, very happy and proud. That even though we are going through a pandemic, Ethiopian Airlines is able to maintain its staff strength to date. It's a wonderful achievement that many airlines in Africa do not have. So we are proud of Ethiopian Airlines, and thank you, Professor Debebe. And he also made an important statement, which I'll be discussing with my boss. He said that the academy is now transitioning into a full-fledged academic institution, and that is something that we want to think about so that the academy can become a member of the association. Thank you very much, Professor Debebe. I also want to thank my boss, Professor Etienne Hille, the Secretary General of AAU, for finding time out of his busy schedule to join us, the opening ceremony, and participating in this conference. We want to express our profound gratitude to the President of St. Mary's University, Professor Woodward Sintambrat, the founder of this institution. He has been holding this international conference every year. And we have also been worrying him that we want to make it truly international, not national. And we are progressively, but slowly, moving in that direction. So we are hoping that in the 19th edition, we want to experience or witness more non-Ethiopians participating than Ethiopians. So we expect the 19th edition will have more people participating. We'd like to thank Professor Teshome Izengo Alemne, who is based at Indiana University, USA. As you all know, in Ghana, for example, it is 12:21. So if you remove 5 hours or thereabout from there, that will tell you the time difference or the time in that zone. But this to let you know, and since we started about 4 hours ago, it means this man has never slept since yesterday. So I want to thank you, Professor Teshome, for your sacrifice and commitment. I want to thank Professor Dantu Tefera, my big boss, for his commitment, for his dedication, and for his scholarship. We enjoyed his chairing the sessions. We also enjoy his interventions. So we thank you very much, Professor Dantu. I want to thank also Dr. Misgano Solomon, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor of St. Mary's University, and should I say, the architect of this particular conference. He has been contacting AAU, sending information, sending requests, holding virtual meetings to ensure that we have a hitch-free and seamless conference. I can say that his efforts have paid off. Thank you, Dr. Misgano, and your able team at St. Mary's University who have worked tirelessly to bring us thus far. We are happy and proud of you all. We want to thank all the presenters. We want to thank Professor Olugbemilo Jegede, my former boss, for his time and for his efforts. We want to thank Professor Levy, we want to thank Professor Soto, we want to thank all the eminent presenters. Time will fail us to mention all of you one by one. Thank you all. We really appreciate your commitment, your involvement in your presentations. They have enriched the discussion and made this conference what it is. So thank you all for your efforts, and thank you all for your presentations and for your attendance. I would like to express our very warm gratitude to our technical guru, Miss Irene Dufie Adai. You may not see her, but she's the person behind everything that you have done now from the AAU side. She has brought this Zoom platform to all of us and made it possible for us to be able to hold a seamless conference. Irene, thank you very much. She woke up very early in the morning. I had to rush to the office to ensure that everything worked well. Irene, your efforts are paid off. Thank you very much. Want to thank everybody. Time will not allow me to mention every other person, but just to let you know that we appreciate what we have done to make this 18th International Conference on Private Higher Education in Africa possible and successful. Thank you all for your attendance, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mba. I would like to ask everybody, I think the 90+ participants who are on Zoom now, to join me in seconding the vote of thanks from Professor Mba and thanking everybody, the dignitaries, presenters, participants, everybody, by clapping your hands, please. There is also a reaction on the lower right side of the Zoom window, so you can press that and we'll see that everybody is clapping. Thank you very much. So we are coming to the closing now, and it is my honor and pleasure to introduce one of the most important higher education advocates and experts in Ethiopia, who is currently leading the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. I think we are really lucky to have ministers opening and closing a conference. Aren't we lucky? We are lucky. Dr. Misgano, do we have the bio for His Excellency Dr. Mulo? If you can upload it, please. If there is.
Yes, we do. All right, so I have to check. Okay. No, now I have. I'll do it in a second. I'm sorry.
Meantime, let me confirm if His Excellency Dr. Mulu is online. Yes, he is. Okay.
He is.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to share. Apology. Yes. Here we go.
I can't read it, I can't see it, but okay.
Here we go.
All right, thank you. So His Excellency Dr. Mulu Nagga has become the State Minister of Science and Higher Education recently. I don't know, I can't read this, so I apologize, I can't go through it. It's really very tiny. But let me.
You need some help.
Somewhat?
You need some help to read it.
Do you want, yeah. Do you want me to read?
Yeah, you cannot increase the font size or whatever?
I think this is the largest I could make.
Okay, Dr. Mulu Nagga, His Excellency Dr. Mulu Nagga Kasai is the State Minister of Science and Higher Education of FDRE. He's in charge of the education and training on higher education and TVET areas. Prior to his appointment at Moshe, he has been serving at Addis Ababa University in teaching, research, and leadership positions for more than 18 years. He served as director of the Center for Academic Standards and Quality Enhancement and chair of the Program Review Task Force at Addis Ababa University, and he was the head of Test and Measurement Services Unit of Addis Ababa University. He has also been serving as a member of the National Steering Committee for the Ethiopian National Licensing Examination for Health Professionals and principal investigator and team leader of several thematic research projects in the area of higher education. Dr. Mulu has authored a number of research articles in national and international peer-reviewed journals, book chapters, and conference proceedings. He's also a managing editor of the Ethiopian Journal of Higher Education, a reviewer of European Journal of STEM Education, and Horizon University Journal of Educational Research. Apologies for my eyesight. I'm not really a young person, so that's the reason why. Excellency, Dr. Mulu, the floor is yours to close. We are really honored and privileged to have you with us today and to close this conference. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Teshome. Good afternoon. Mr. Wondosen Tamrat, founder and president of St. Mary University. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to make these concluding remarks at this historic conference taking place virtually, which is prompted by the worldwide pandemic, and would like to congratulate St. Mary's University and its partners on the successful completion of the conference. With a major theme, invigorating African higher education issues response to COVID-19 pandemic. The 18th International Conference on Private Higher Education in Africa has covered sub-themes, including youth unemployment, global networking, e-learning, and inclusive education. As you all know, the pandemic has created serious challenges for the global higher education in general, and African higher education in particular. I believe that the ideas that have transpired at this conference will help us reflect on our actions to make them more responsive to current developments. It's noteworthy to state here that 6 months ago, we didn't think that we would consider e-learning to be the main mode of learning at tertiary level. In a continent where the majority of the population is alien to the internet, e-learning may have been less appealing. But today, every country is considering the issue with a sense of urgency on expanding their technology infrastructure, including digitization of contents to enable citizens learn and work at home. Ladies and gentlemen, noting that we are moving forward to the post-COVID era, as discussed at this virtual conference, we need to be realistic about our resources and expect challenging times lying ahead of us. Hence, the need for further research to find out innovative ways and means to lessen the social and economic pain emanating from the pandemic. Our linguistic and religious diversity should be considered as assets to be cherished, not as tools to be exploited for threatening motives. As you well know, scholars are largely confined to their serious paperwork to promote themselves to the next academic rank, while the cyber world is swarmed by misinformation laden with hate speech against one or the other social group. What will the role of scholars be at these testing times where access to vaccine against COVID-19 has become a political, not a health issue? This will remain a critical question toward figuring out what education would look like in the post-COVID era. Some of the discussion points, not exhausted due to time constraints, should be dealt with after this conference is over. It's important to note that the COVID pandemic is not only a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. We have learned a lot on how to deal with educational provision during such pandemic. Combating the pandemic requires concerted efforts and collaboration among African higher education institutions in terms of research, innovation on the many challenges faced the continent. That said, our preparedness for reopening and in-person classes requires thorough planning in terms of human and material resources. The ideal requirement could be ensuring immunity to all campus goers by enabling them access to vaccines, but that would be a far cry for Africa. The practical way out is, as health professionals advise us, either waiting for a flattened curve of the pandemic or letting classes begin putting in place strict hygienic regime in classes and on campuses. Our home tech assignment will be to reflect on the choices and reach a decision in consultation with the health authorities. To conclude, my ministry has been supportive of private higher education institutions and encouraging them to undertake research works and organize conferences like this one. It is in this spirit that Moshe has joined hands with St. Mary's University, whose hard work is shared by the African Union Commission, African Association of Universities, and other partners. Thanking the organizing team, keynote speakers, paper presenters, and participants. I declare that the conference is officially closed. I thank you all.
I think we can turn the mute off and people can say goodbye.
Thank you very much, everyone. I was hoping Dr. Teshome would.
Goodbye to all of you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
This is Tadla.
Hey, Mr. Tadla, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Great, Professor Mba. You have done a very great job.
Happy to hear your voice.
I thank you all.
How are you?
Professor Danto, Dr. Teshome, Dr. Mulu, all of you, thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you.
Dr. Misgano.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Teshome, Dr. Danto. Thank you.
Hi.
Start again.
So it seems now we are in the corridor getting out of the conference room, correct?
Sure.
So this is not part of the conference. This is just mingling and talking and greeting and meeting. Conference room.
5 minutes.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Happy very much. The new Ethiopian year.
Happy New Year to everybody.
Greetings.
Bye. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Bye.